Chapter 31. Who is he? 8. Stop kidding. Lao Zhao's words made everyone's heart skip a beat. The light in the murder by midnight scenario was dim, suffocating. The group glanced at one another, frozen in place. Where's the 8th person? Stop panicking, Brother Feng snapped, pulling out his phone. Just as he was about to switch it on, the sound of dragging chains from the far end of the corridor quickened, metal grinding faster against concrete. Someone's coming. He barely had time to unlock the screen when a blood-smeared figure turned the corner. The timing was uncanny. Too perfect. It was as if the monster already knew exactly where to find them. What is that? Beneath the blood-soaked doctor's coat, thick chains slithered and scraped across the floor. The creature's head hung low, a grotesque parody of a physician, its grip tight around a hammer slick with fresh blood. Panic took root, creeping fast. Only Brother Feng managed to hold it together. Ignoring Chen Ge's earlier warning, he flicked on his phone's flashlight inside the haunted house. A thin beam of light sliced through the corridor, landing directly on the creature. It stopped. The monster raised its head, glaring through a veil of long, matted hair. Every hair on the med student's body stood on end. The face, if it could even be called that, was a stitched-together patchwork of several men's features. The threadbare seams of the mask were visible even from a distance. The monster seemed hypersensitive to light. The moment the beam struck him, he lost it, letting out a guttural howl and charging down the corridor, hammer swinging wildly through the air. Chains whipped against the walls, a cacophony of metal and madness, as heavy footsteps pounded through the narrow hallway. No one could tell who bolted first, but once one person moved, the rest followed like toppling dominoes. Some ducked into the nearest room. Others fled down the stairs to the second floor. A few didn't stop running until they hit the first. The monster's sudden appearance, paired with the echoing chains and approaching footsteps, sent a primal chill down everyone's spine. Fight or flight, that ancient switch flipped fast. And when the brain knew it couldn't win the fight, the body chose to run. Xiao Hui had been closest to the stairs. As the monster lunged forward, she froze unsure, until the man beside her bolted down the steps. Her fear-fried brain didn't stop to weigh the odds. She ran after him. Instinct had taken the wheel. The phone, Brother Feng's, lay forgotten in a shadowy corner. Any trace of composure the students once had disintegrated. Screams ripped through the corridor as they scattered like a flock of terrified chickens. When Xiao Hui followed the man down to the first floor, the screaming from above hadn't let up. Then came a pause, an eerie shift in the rhythm of the chains, a stuttering drag, then a clink, as if the monster was now descending the stairs. Xiao Hui picked up her pace, not daring to glance back. She stuck close to the man ahead, terrified of being left behind. The haunted house's twisted soundtrack of ambient horror and relentless screams churned through her chest, stoking the fear already blooming inside her. The greater the fear, the greater the need to not be alone. She chased the figure ahead like her life depended on it. In the pitch-black maze of never-ending corridors, that shadow became her anchor, her one tether to sanity. No matter what happens, at least we'll be able to look after each other. Xiao Hui couldn't bear to imagine being abandoned, left to navigate this nightmare alone. That thought alone pushed her legs harder. She surged forward and reached out, clutching the back of the man's shirt like a lifeline. The chains were closing in. The man led her down the first-floor hallway and ducked into a room. She followed just in time to see him dive into the only piece of furniture in the space, a tall, rickety cupboard. A dead end? Xiao Hui hesitated at the threshold, heart pounding. She had two choices: bolt and face the haunted house alone, or cram herself inside the cupboard with a stranger. The sound of chains dragging across the floor grew louder, closer, and Xiao Hui made her choice. She slipped inside. The cupboard door shut with a soft click, sealing her in a pocket of darkness, so complete it felt like stepping into another dimension. The screams, the flickering lights, the chaos, they all faded. All that remained was the silence. And the presence of someone, anyone beside her. That alone kept her from breaking. Her makeup was already a smudged ruin, streaked from sweat and fear. Holding her breath, she leaned toward the narrow crack between the cupboard doors, trying to glimpse the world outside. There, a flash of metal. The doctor had arrived. Chains slithered like snakes across the floor as he stopped at the threshold. With a deliberate weight, he lifted the hammer and knocked once on the door. Then stepped inside. Xiao Hui's heart jackhammered inside her chest. She bit her finger, shrinking as far back into the shadows as she could. Please don't come any closer. Please don't come any closer. Her prayers, by some miracle, were answered. The doctor lingered only a moment, then turned and walked away. Xiao Hui exhaled in a trembling wave of relief. She reached over and gently shook the arm of the person beside her. The monster doesn't seem to have spotted us, she whispered. We'll wait a little longer, then go meet up with the rest. Only her voice echoed inside the suffocating dark of the cupboard. No reply came. She frowned. Something felt off. Turning slowly, she studied the silhouette beside her. The man had an average build, neither lanky nor broad. Definitely not Monkey or Lao Zhao. Brother Foam is taller than this, and he stands smaller. Her throat tightened. Lao Song, she called out cautiously. Still no answer. Xiao Hui's heart cracked under the weight of rising dread. Wait a minute. Lao Zhao did say there was an eighth member among us. Her blood ran cold. Her breath caught in her throat as she reached into her pocket with trembling fingers and slowly pulled out her phone. She tilted the screen sideways, its pale glow cutting through the darkness, like a scalpel. And staring back at her, mere inches away in that claustrophobic space, was a face. Deathly white. Completely unfamiliar. Not stitched, not masked, just wrong. The phone slipped from her hands.
2 seconds of unbearable silence passed. Then a scream, raw, shrill, soul-ripping, erupted from inside the cupboard. Xiao Hui scrambled backward, trying to escape, but the cupboard offered nowhere to go. In her panic, the back of her head slammed against the wooden wall. Whether it was the pain, the shock, or both, her limbs gave out. The stylish, once composed girl collapsed to the floor of the cupboard, her head lolling to the side, eyes glassy, as if her soul had already packed its bags. The cupboard creaked open. Didn't I already warn you guys not to use your phones inside my haunted house? Chen Ge muttered, crouching beside her. He plucked the fallen phone from the floor and tucked it back into Xiao Hui's pocket like a librarian reshelving a book. Then he pulled out his own device and made a call. Xiao Wan, temporarily make them stay away from the first floor. After giving the order, Chen Ge hoisted Xiao Hui into his arms and carried her into the bathroom. He opened the trapdoor hidden beneath the bathtub and slipped her out of the scenario through the workers' passageway. We're definitely lacking in physical help. He laid her down gently and placed a warm towel on her forehead before heading back. 1 down, 6 to go. Chen Ge sealed the passage behind him and raised his phone to call Su Wan. Xiao Wan, where are you now? There's someone hiding on the 2nd floor, first room on the left from the staircase, she replied. I'll go force him out. You can hit him with a surprise from the right exit. Xiao Wan, you've been corrupted. Boss, you have no right to say that. This is all thanks to you. Chapter 32. Dolls. 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 Monkey was stranded alone on the 2nd floor, every nerve on edge, eyes and ears tuned to the slightest sound. He'd wedged himself into a corner with a clear view of the staircase. No matter which direction the killer came from, he'd have an escape route. The lighting had dimmed noticeably, and the eerie background music needled at his composure. Monkey pinched his arm and drew a sharp breath. As a medical student, he knew pain and oxygen were a fast track to focus. Cheap therapy in a place like this. He retraced the earlier events in his head. The timing of that thing's entrance was way too convenient. It rushed us the second Lao Zhao pointed out there was an 8th character hiding among us. Way too much of a coincidence. Everyone had lost their minds the moment Lao Zhao made that idiotic discovery. If Brother Feng had just been allowed to use his phone, he could have checked us all properly. The 8th person would have been outed on the spot. That was their first mistake. Then the monster charged. If we just held our ground instead of scattering like a bunch of headless chickens, we'd have been fine. That was their second mistake. Monkey let out a quiet sigh. Sure, the monster had been terrifying, but not terrifying enough to justify that kind of chaos. It all started when that first person ran. That panic infected the rest of us. If I'm right, the first runner had to be the 8th person. He remembered hearing Xiao Hui scream. She'd bolted second, and she'd been closest to the mystery man. That backs up my theory. Monkey let out a dry, self-deprecating laugh. Yeah, guessing right and not being scared. Two completely different things. Alone in this twisted haunted house, the chill crawling up his spine was all too real. The monster and the 8th person are clearly in on it together, working some twisted psychological hustle to mess with our heads. Their goal? Split us up. Pick us off one by one. Does the proprietor really have to stoop to psychological warfare just to get a few screams? Monkey might have been a brilliant student, but he was every bit the coward he was. Back at school, he wouldn't go near the morgue unless someone was holding his hand. I need to get this information to Brother Feng and the others. Fast. He pulled out his phone to call Brother Feng, but froze when he caught the reflection on the glossy screen. His whole body went rigid. Why is that ragdoll sitting on the stairs? Didn't I leave it on the 3rd floor earlier? Monkey didn't dare turn on the flashlight. No way he'd risk drawing the monster's attention. Instead, he tilted his phone toward the wall, using the faint glow from the screen to check. A tattered ragdoll lay slumped against the baseboard. Maybe someone kicked it downstairs during the chaos? That was the only halfway rational explanation he could think of. The doll was stuffed with crumpled paper, not circuits or gears. It couldn't be remote controlled. Still, it gave him the creeps just lying there like that. Aside from its slightly worn state, there wasn't anything overtly terrifying about the doll. But the longer Monkey stared, the stronger the feeling crept in, that it was alive. He couldn't explain it. But somehow when he looked at the thing, he swore he saw a young girl's face staring back, pleading. I must be hallucinating. Either way, I need to get out of this haunted house before I lose what's left of my sanity. He tapped Brother Feng's name on his phone. A ringtone echoed from the 3rd floor. He's still on the 3rd floor? Or did he drop his phone like Lao Zhao? The ringtone echoed through the building, making the haunted house feel even more unnerving. Monkey didn't hang up. He shoved the phone into his pocket and crept up the stairs to the 3rd floor. From his spot on the landing, he peered down the corridor, and just as he suspected, Brother Feng's phone lay on the floor, still ringing. Both Brother Feng and Lao Zhao left their phones behind. I'll have to try someone else. He stood frozen at the top of the staircase, watching the doors lining the hallway creak open and shut in the draft. His knees felt like they could give out at any second. He scrolled through his contacts, fingers moving fast, searching for someone else, anyone else, when his phone suddenly vibrated and rang. F***CK. What now? It was a call, from one of the group members. Shirling. Why is she calling me? Is she stranded too? Like most guys his age, Monkey found a sudden, superficial swell of courage when dealing with the opposite sex. He puffed up slightly and answered the call. Shirling. Did you get separated from the group? Where are you? I'll come find you. I'm trapped inside a room on the 3rd floor. I didn't catch the room number, but please come get me. This haunted house is all sorts of wrong. Shirling was normally soft-spoken, almost painfully reserved. For her voice to sound this frantic, this desperate, something seriously traumatic must have gone down. She was on the edge of a breakdown. Slow down. How did you get trapped? None of the rooms have locks, Monkey said, walking briskly down the corridor, trying to pinpoint her location by the sound of her voice. I don't know either. I ran inside to hide, and after that, I just couldn't open the door again. And this room, it's not like the others. There are 2 dolls sitting right in the middle. Side by side. Sitting. The word hit him like a jolt of static. Just hearing it made the hairs on his neck bristle. If I never see another damn doll again in my life, it'll be too soon. Please come and get me. Her voice had risen to a shriek, thin, high-pitched, unraveling fast. She was barely hanging on. I'll be there in a moment. Just stay as far away from the dolls as you can, and remember what He-san said earlier, don't touch anything in the room. I think those dolls. Monkey's sentence cut off abruptly. He just noticed the rag doll lying on the floor, about half a meter ahead, blocking his path. Every instinct screamed at him to turn and bolt, maybe even chuck his phone at the thing and run. But instead, he forced himself forward, inching toward it with cautious, deliberate steps. Long hair. An expression of guilt. Maybe even self-reproach. This one looked older, more mature, than the doll on the staircase. Monkey's eyes widened. What the hell? How am I reading emotions from a rag doll? Is this fear messing with my head? Or are these dolls just disturbingly realistic? They feel like people, like they've got actual emotions. But now wasn't the time to spiral. As long as the doll in front of me isn't the same one from the stairs, I'm good. That at least proves they can't move on their own. Things aren't as bad as I'm making them out to be. Focus. The priority right now is rescuing Shirling. Monkey shook his head hard, trying to snap himself out of it. He muttered encouragement under his breath. I'm just psyching myself out. If the doll from the staircase really was following me, she wouldn't be in front of me, she'd be behind me. This is just one of the boss's cheap tricks. Nothing to be scared of. To prove it to himself, he turned to look over his shoulder. See? There's nothing. His eyes locked onto a spot about a meter behind him. The words died in his throat. There it was. A ragdoll, lying quietly on the floor. Chapter 33. Correct usage of the missing person notice. If he still had command of his own limbs, Monkey would have slapped himself across the mouth. Never again will I jinx myself inside a haunted house, he vowed. Alone, cut off from his friends, marooned in a lightless hallway. He was chased by a killer who might spring from the shadows at any heartbeat and hounded by dolls that appeared wherever he turned. The sheer absurdity of the ordeal stole his breath. How did it get here? When did it start tailing me? And how, for the love of all that's holy, can a doll move? His mind drowned in questions. His composure lay in ruins. Even the hands gripping his phone shuddered uncontrollably. Monkey, where are you? Please come save me. I feel like the dolls in the room are looking at me. I swear to God they are. Shirling's voice shrieked through the phone. Panic curdled into hysteria. She wasn't doing much better than he was. Sis, I'll save you. But who the hell's going to save me? Monkey instinctively stepped back from the unseen threat, just as he felt a faint tug at his ankle. He looked down. The doll that had been yards away was now curled up beside his foot. Its black hair looked disturbingly real, and the charred face was angled up at him. The features were twisted, half-melted, beyond recognition, but somehow it gave him the uncanny sense that it was smiling. It's smiling. Monkey couldn't explain why that thought had entered his mind. And frankly, he didn't want to. Whatever the hell had been happening these past 10 minutes was grinding his sanity down to dust. He bit his lip and tried to shuffle away, nudging his feet forward. Whether it was sheer panic or the fact that he'd been frozen in place too long, his calves seized up, muscles knotting in protest. A sharp pain stabbed through him like a spike to the chest. F***ck. Cramps. He collapsed in a heap, dignity abandoned. Writhing on the cold floor and clutching his legs, he howled. Is someone there? I quit. I quit. Help me, please. Chen Ge and Su-won were still on the first floor, dragging a shell-shocked Lao song out of the scenario via the workers' passageway when a blood-curdling scream ripped down from above. Without a word, both bolted for the third floor. Safety might have been the priority, but that scream didn't sound like something they could ignore. Once inside the upper corridor, Chen Ge's flashlight caught Monkey writhing on the floor. He signaled for Su-won to hang back and approached the young man alone. You all right? I quit. I quit forever. Just let me go, Monkey wailed, practically in tears. To say he'd been humbled was putting it lightly. Chen Ge didn't answer. Instead, he crouched beside him and pressed down on Monkey's knees. Push back. Try to straighten your legs. As Chen Ge helped work the tension from Monkey's legs, his gaze swept the corridor. Something didn't add up. Neither Su Wan nor I were anywhere near this spot. So what the hell scared him this bad? Aside from the two rag dolls lying inert on the floor, nothing seemed out of place. He looked back down. Brother, what spooked you so bad? Monkey's bloodshot eyes flashed. He looked like someone who'd just been ghosted after a first date, and now wanted to sue the universe. Do you even need to ask? He snapped, voice raw. Those two freakshow rag dolls were chasing me. You were controlling them, weren't you? You sick bastard. Chen Ge blinked. These two rag dolls chased you? He didn't press the issue. No sense in confirming the truth and traumatizing the guy for life. In any case, let's get you out of here first. Wait, there's someone else still trapped on this floor, Monkey said, fumbling for his phone. She's nearly lost it. Please, you've got to help her too. While Monkey was distracted calling Shirling, Chen Ge quietly scooped up the two rag dolls from the floor. They were small, crude, even. Not the kind of intricately sculpted figures you'd find in a collector's cabinet. These looked more like something slapped together in a kid's art class. These two managed to terrify a grown man into cramping up. He poked one of the dolls in the face with his finger. It shouldn't have felt like anything, but a strange, almost imperceptible reaction stirred in his gut. A kind of mute resistance. As if the doll didn't like being poked, but couldn't do a damn thing about it. Interesting. Just then, another panicked cry echoed from farther down the hall. Shirling's voice. Wasting no time, Chen Ge and Monkey followed the sound and found the door to the room she was trapped in. They forced it open from the outside. Don't be scared, we'll get you out now, Chen Ge said gently. But the girl didn't even register his voice. Curled in the corner, she trembled like a leaf in a thunderstorm, her lips twitching as she stammered through the fog of panic. The dolls are looking at me. No matter where I hide, their eyes, they follow me. More dolls. Chen Ge turned his flashlight toward the center of the room. Two slightly larger dolls lay side by side on the floor. They were sitting up earlier, I swear. Shirling's tear-filled eyes were wide, her voice caught between a sob and a scream. I know, they're all just part of the haunted house's tricks, he said, trying to keep her grounded. He walked over to inspect the dolls. One had a coarse, stitched-on beard. The other wore a faded apron over a set of worn, everyday clothes. Given the details, the stitched beard, the apron, these two had to be the father and mother. Chen Ge gently set down the smaller dolls he'd been carrying. Lined up together, the four of them unmistakably resembled a family. 4 dolls. 4 victims. That matches the number from the Ping and Apartments arson case perfectly. And this whole murder by midnight scenario is based on that tragedy. The thought snapped into place like a puzzle piece. Could these dolls actually represent the real victims? Just then, he felt a buzz against his thigh. The black phone in his pocket vibrated. He pulled it out. A new message glowed on the screen. Spectres favored. Congratulations for triggering the sole hidden mission inside the murder by midnight scenario. The spirits still have some unfinished business in the mortal world. Help them fulfill their wish, and they would become helpful allies. Sole hidden mission? The scenario unlocked by the black phone actually had hidden missions? That was huge. Chen Ge's mind raced. The spirits from the Ping and Apartments. Their unfinished business must be connected to Wang Qi. But he's already been detained. Isn't that enough? Shouldn't justice take care of it? He didn't have an answer, only more questions, as he guided the shaken Shirling and Monkey down the stairwell, arms steadying them both. His body was on autopilot. His thoughts were already sprinting ahead. Once they exited through the workers' passageway, Chen Ge didn't go back into the scenario right away. Instead, he made a beeline for the props room. Digging through the clutter, he found it. Wang Chi's missing person notice, crumpled and half buried at the bottom of the box. This might mean something to them. Clutching the paper, he turned and headed straight back upstairs, back to the room where Shirling had been trapped. As Chen Ge stepped across the threshold, something immediately struck him as off. The three larger dolls, father, mother, and elder sister, lay flat on the floor, just as he'd left them. But the smallest one wasn't with them. She was face down near the door, limbs sprawled awkwardly, like she'd been mid-escape when he walked in. He crouched and picked her up. Up close, he had the strangest feeling, like the doll was playing dead, trying not to be noticed. As if it feared being caught, but couldn't do anything about it. Instead of creeping him out, though, the sight stirred something else in him. It was oddly endearing. They're in here. The victim's spirits, they're inside these dolls. He closed the door gently behind him and moved to the center of the room. Sitting down cross-legged, he set the dolls before him. In that case, he said quietly, perhaps we can have a little talk. Chapter 34. Goodwill. Chen Ge sat alone in the dark room, talking to himself while four dolls stared silently back at him. The scene was bizarre, to say the least. Thankfully, no one else was around to witness it. I don't know how or why you've appeared inside my haunted house, and I'm not even sure how to address any of you, he said, his voice echoing softly off the walls. But there's one thing I can guarantee, I mean none of you any harm. His words hung in the air like dust motes caught in stale light. Chen Ge's gaze drifted between the dolls, a knot of conflicting emotions twisting in his chest. Part of him wanted them to respond, to confirm what he suspected. The other part? The other part feared they'd suddenly move and prove him right in all the wrong ways. Several seconds passed in thick silence before Chen Ge realized he might be spiraling. Okay, new approach. He cleared his throat. The murder by midnight scenario is based on the arson case from 4 years ago at Fu and Apartments. You four, you're the victims, aren't you? As if the words had scratched a raw nerve, the room responded. The temperature dropped fast. The door behind him slammed shut with a mechanical click, and the furniture around him gave a low, unsettling rattle. But the case has been solved, he said quickly, his voice rising a pitch. The madman who ruined your lives, he's been caught. He's awaiting the law's judgment. Sweat prickled at the back of his neck. Frantic, Chen Ge pulled out his phone and navigated to the morning's news. He held up the screen. Look. See. It's on the news, and the one who caught him was me. Chen Ge knew the four dolls' unfinished business revolved around Wang Chi. He had hoped showing them the video, proof that he was the one who'd captured the man, might placate them. But things weren't going according to plan. The chill in the room deepened, biting through his clothes and into his skin. Panic crept in like mold beneath wallpaper. The real problem wasn't malevolence, it was miscommunication. A deadlock between the living and the lingering. Still, Chen Ge wasn't ready to throw in the towel. This haunted house was everything he had. If he let the dolls roam freely, they'd bring a storm of unknown variables with them. And if something catastrophic happened, he could lose everything. Calm down. I'm here to help. Chen Ge shouted. The dolls didn't so much as twitch. No matter how loud he got, his voice ricocheted off them like a pebble skimming glass. Pointless. I guess this is my final option. He reached into his pocket and pulled out Wang Chi's missing person notice, a yellowed scrap of paper, stained faintly with dried blood. It looked unremarkable. But the moment he revealed it, something shifted. The oppressive clamor in the room faded. The icy tension eased. It felt like invisible hands, once wrapped tight around his throat, were now gently letting go. All you wanted was this? Chen Ge murmured. The reaction was more dramatic than he'd anticipated. He placed the paper in the center of the four dolls. As soon as their bodies made contact with the yellowed notice, it began to twitch, then convulse, fluttering like it had been caught in a violent, invisible gale. There was no draft. No wind. And yet the dolls and the paper thrashed wildly, swaying as if caught in a maelstrom only they could feel. Chen Ge narrowed his eyes, watching closely. After a few intense minutes, a face began to emerge on the surface of the paper. Vague at first, but quickly sharpening into something disturbingly familiar. It looked like Wang Qi. Before he could inspect it further, the notice tore itself apart. Shredded scraps spiraled through the air and sank into the dolls' bodies one by one. The room fell silent again, the storm vanishing as quickly as it had come. That's all. The black phone in Chen Ge's pocket vibrated. He pulled it out and glanced at the screen. You've completed the hidden mission inside the murder by midnight scenario. Affection of specters +1. Obtained the goodwill of the victim's lingering spirits from Ping an apartment. They will help you clean up all the trash every day to keep the murder by midnight scenario at its peak. Chen Ge stared at the message for a long moment, unmoving. Then, to no one in particular, he muttered, "And that completes the sole hidden mission?" His mind raced to piece everything together. Finishing a trial mission with a completion rate higher than 90% rewards a hidden item. And that hidden item is the key to completing the scenario's hidden mission. Which means, if I want full control over any unlocked scenario in the haunted house, I'll need to clear its trial mission with at least a 90% score. Looking back, if he'd simply survived the night at Ping an apartment without sticking his nose where it didn't belong, he would have completed the trial mission just fine. But I wouldn't have gotten the hidden item. This thing is evil. The whole setup's just begging players to walk into as many traps as possible. Chen Ge scrolled through the black phone, hoping to dig up more answers. The first tab he opened was, My Team of Ghosts and Ghouls. Still empty. The mission notice says I've gained the goodwill of the victim's lingering spirits from Ping an apartment. So why isn't there an update here? He frowned. Is it because they haven't fully agreed to help me yet? Or maybe lingering spirits don't count as ghosts or ghouls, so they're excluded from the list? He had no idea. Navigating to My Item Storage, he found that Wang Qi's missing person notice was still listed, but now its malice points had dropped to 0. What are these malice points? And why did the lingering spirits tear it up, like they were feeding on it? The door to the hidden world was inching open, and Chen Ge wasn't sure if any of this information would prove useful. Still, he committed every detail to memory. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and pushed himself up from the floor. Even though I couldn't communicate with the lingering spirits, they're still going to help clean up the scenario. All things considered, it's more advantage than liability. Running the scenario had been exhausting, both mentally and physically. The arrival of the lingering spirits would save him time, money, and sanity. He glanced at the 4 dolls lying motionless on the floor. The last flicker of fear in his chest quietly fizzled out. Hiring ghosts to help out at my haunted house. Maybe that's not such a ridiculous idea after all. He walked to the door, then paused and glanced back, unease flickering in his eyes. The dolls representing the parents and the sister remained exactly where he'd left them, sitting upright, eerily still. But the smallest one had slumped over, leaning to one side, as if mid-escape. She was trying to be subtle about it, sneakier than the rest. Chen Ge sighed. Not all ghosts are evil and cruel. He looked at her closely. This one's like a kitten, curious about everything, but at her core, still just a coward. Little girl, stop running about, he muttered. Be careful, or you'll get stepped on. Chen Ge left after that. Helping the lingering spirits from Ping an apartments fulfill their wish had given him a deeper understanding of the black phone. The unlockable scenarios on this thing probably aren't just for scaring people. Each one has its own story, its own reason for existing, its own development arc. In a strange way, unlocking them might be giving these lost souls a place to call home. He switched off his flashlight and walked alone through the darkened corridor. When he was sure he was far enough that neither human nor ghost could hear him, his lips curled into a fox-like grin. These are natural-born experts at scaring people, he said under his breath. And they don't need a salary, won't complain about exhaustion, and don't act out of emotion. They're the perfect employees. With a bright future ahead of him, Chen Ge felt re-energized, revived, even. He was ready to scare the shit out of his next batch of hapless victims. It's dragged on long enough, he muttered, cracking his knuckles. Time to end this. A glint of mischief sparked in his eye. There are 3 people left inside the haunted house. Let me think, who should be my first victim? Chapter 35. Shattered Mirror. Why's it suddenly gone quiet? He-san whispered, glancing back at Lao Zhao. Should we check it out? If the enemy doesn't move, neither do we, Lao Zhao replied, utterly shameless. We wait for the screams, then head the opposite way. Safer, fewer jump scares. Isn't that basically throwing our classmates to the wolves? Not at all. We're honoring their noble sacrifice. While they distract the horrors, we locate the exit and claim victory. Rotund as a medicine ball, Lao Zhao loomed behind He-san, and the younger man's slight frame barely concealed half of him. Then how long are we supposed to hide in here? What if we're the last 2 left in this haunted house? He-san turned toward his senior, a creeping suspicion gnawing at him. Lao Zhao might just be using him as a makeshift human shield. We've already swept the 2nd floor and most of the 3rd. That means the exit's got to be on the 1st floor. In other words, we're this close to victory. Lao Zhao gave He-san an encouraging pat on the shoulder. Chin up. Don't throw in the towel when we're standing at the gates of triumph. Even now, you've got the nerve to feed me that kind of crap? He-san pouted, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. He had a whole list of complaints but couldn't find the words to say any of them. All I was supposed to do was guide my seniors to New Century Park. So how the hell did I end up trapped inside a haunted house? Don't be so pessimistic. Lao Zhao began counting on his fingers. We heard Monkey and Xiao Hui screaming earlier, so odds are they've already been escorted out. Subtracting that mysterious 8th person, we've still got 5 students from our school left in this place. Which means the odds of the murderer targeting us are 2 in 5. That's less than 3 in 5. So relax. We just have to wait it out. All right, we'll do it your way. Squatting by the door, He-san leaned forward to peer through the narrow crack. Something about the corridor felt off. He blinked and rubbed his eyes, trying to focus. A worn ragdoll now lay slumped on the floor. Was that there before? He frowned. No way. I've been watching the hall for the last 10 minutes. There was nothing. He slapped his cheeks lightly, trying to jolt himself out of the unease, then looked again. The doll hadn't vanished. Worse, it had moved. Now it was closer to the door. It moved. On its own. His pulse spiked. Am I just freaking myself out? He-san shook his head, trying to banish the creeping paranoia, and leaned in one more time. This time, the doll was gone. This is weird. In the dim workers' passageway on the 1st floor, Chen Ge slipped into the Dr. Skullcracker's garb after sending Su Wan off to handle the students outside. The rest. He'd hunt them down himself. Clad in a blood-soaked doctor's coat, iron chains coiled around his torso, each link etched with screaming human faces, he gripped a heavy mallet in one hand and pulled the human skin mask over his face. In both stature and presence, Chen Ge's version of the Skullcracker was far more menacing than Su Wan's. They want to play a long game with me? Fine, let's see who lasts. The chains rattled with each of his steps, a sound as eerie as it was impractical. As atmospheric as the clinking was, it gave away his location far too easily. He stalked the halls for 5 minutes, room to room, but found nothing. The students were hiding. Too well. Boss, I'm not seeing them on any of the cameras. They've probably holed up inside the rooms. You'll have to sweep them one by one, Su Wan's voice crackled in his earpiece. Also, we really need to think about installing cameras in every corner of the haunted house. Right now, with coverage only in the intersecting corridors, we've got way too many blind spots. We'll think about that when we've actually got the money, Chen Ge muttered, using the mallet to push open one creaking door after another. As he rounded a corner on the 2nd floor, something caught his eye. A doll, slumped casually against a room door. "Well now," he said, tilting his head. "Little girl, why are you just hanging out here, leaning on this door like you've got nowhere better to be?" He scratched his chin with the mallet. The answer dawned a beat later. "Oh, I get it. You're pointing me towards someone, aren't you? Someone's hiding in that room." Feigning ignorance, Chen Ge strolled casually away from the door. Once he was about 10 meters out, he gathered up the dragging chains and hugged the wall, silently slinking back toward the target room. Staying within the corridor's blind spot, he crouched low and leaned in, peering through the narrow crack of the door. Inside, He-san and Lao Zhao were wedged together behind the door, hands clamped tightly over their mouths. "The chains stopped," Lao Zhao whispered, face ghost white but voice straining for authority. "The murderer must have wandered off already." He swallowed hard, trying to sound collected. "I'm not scared. Not at all. Logically speaking, he just came up from the first floor. He won't be heading back down so soon. This is our shot." Lao Zhao gathered what little strength he had and pushed himself up from the floor. "Now's the perfect time to head for the first floor. If we move fast, we can avoid the killer and secure the win. Xiao-san, check the door. If the murderer's really gone, we make a break for it." He-san hesitated but had to admit, Lao Zhao's logic wasn't entirely terrible. He leaned forward, pressing his eye to the narrow gap. A strange warmth tickled his face, like someone breathing on the other side. What he saw this time wasn't the dim corridor. It wasn't the doll either. It was a pair of bloodshot eyes, staring directly back at him through the crack. "What the F***CK? He-san felt his soul nearly rocket out of his body. He dropped to the floor in a dramatic heap, scrambling backward like a panicked crab. Lao Zhao jumped at the sudden movement. What did you see?" He didn't get an answer. Instead, the doorknob began to twist. Slowly, ominously. The old door creaked open, inch by inch, revealing a blood-smeared figure cloaked in rage and malice standing in the doorway. Lao Zhao instinctively tried to retreat, only to realize his back was already flush against the wall. "You really shouldn't lean so hard against that wall," Chen Ge said calmly, his voice darkly amused. "What if there's someone in it?" With one hand still gripping the mallet, he slipped the other into his pocket and tapped the prop activation on the black phone. Lao Zhao was trembling so hard his whole body quivered like gelatin. Before he could even process what Chen Ge had meant, something cold and pointed pressed into his back. He turned instinctively, just in time to see the wallpaper parting like curtains. Behind it stood a woman, pale and utterly expressionless, embedded within the wall itself. His mind short-circuited. Breath caught in his throat. Then everything shut down. He collapsed onto the floor, landing hard on his backside as his eyes rolled back into his head. "Your experience is now officially over," Chen Ge said smoothly. "Let me get you out of here." Just then, the sound of shattering glass rang out from the third floor. Sharp, jagged, unmistakable. It was immediately followed by a scream. "Brother Feng's. **T. Chen Ge immediately radioed Su Wan to retrieve He-san and the unconscious Lao Zhao, then bolted upstairs, following the direction of the scream. He found Brother Feng inside one of the rooms, wildly swinging a wooden chair as if fending off something invisible, something relentless. Chen Ge slipped off his mask and waited. He didn't approach until Brother Feng, exhausted and trembling, finally sank to the floor. What happened? Carefully, Chen Ge took the chair from his hands and set it aside. Brother Feng was shaking, eyes wide and glassy with raw, unfiltered terror. For a second, Chen Ge thought the kid might actually pass out. "Did you see something?" he asked quietly. "Something weird." Chapter 36. Danger. Several seconds passed before Brother Feng managed to catch his breath. With a trembling hand, he pointed weakly toward the toilet. "Mirror." The word, ordinary, almost laughably mundane, tightened Chen Ge's expression like a noose. After helping Brother Feng onto the bed, he strode into the bathroom. The mirror had shattered. Jagged shards of glass lay scattered across the floor like glittering teeth. After He-san's fainting spell, Chen Ge had made a point of covering every mirror in the haunted house with black cloth. Since then, there hadn't been a single incident. With the recent unlocking of a new scenario, he should have stayed vigilant. He hadn't. This one was on him. For any entertainment venue, even a whisper of a safety hazard could be a death sentence, and Chen Ge understood that all too well. He picked up one of the shards from the floor. As he stared into his distorted reflection, he made a quiet vow. I need to deal with this thing as soon as possible. Like people, ghosts had their own spectrum, some good, some irredeemably not. The thing in the mirror? No question in Chen Ge's mind, it belonged to the latter. Predatory by nature, it reeked of some buried, festering secret. He-san's collapse had been a warning. Brother Feng's episode made it clear. This wasn't just a problem, it was a threat. Covering the mirrors with black cloth had always been a temporary bandage, not a cure. Whatever was trapped inside that glass was becoming more than just a hazard. It was a roadblock to the haunted house's future. Aside from the shattered mirror, the toilet appeared undisturbed. Chen Ge gave the room a cursory sweep before stepping out. Gripping his hammer, he sat beside Brother Feng. Do you mind telling me what happened earlier? It took a few minutes for Brother Feng's breathing to settle. His face remained shock-white, like the color had been scrubbed from his skin. I don't think I'll be able to explain it. No worries, Chen Ge said calmly. Just tell me whatever you remember. He watched the young man closely. Unlike He-san, who had blacked out on the spot, Brother Feng had stayed conscious. That alone said something about his mental fortitude. He'd resisted, even if just barely. Brother Feng shifted, trying to sit up in bed. Fear still circled in his eyes like a predator just out of sight. At the time, I was being chased by one of your workers, so I ducked into this room to hide. At first, everything seemed fine. But then, I started to hear someone calling my name. Someone was calling your actual name? Chen Ge asked. Not exactly. It wasn't like that. It felt more like I was being summoned. Brother Feng scratched his head, visibly rattled. The sound was coming from inside the room. It took me a while, but eventually, I found the source. The fear in his eyes sharpened, turning glassy. It was the mirror. The voice was coming from the mirror in the toilet. It was saying something, but I couldn't make it out. I just knew. It had something to do with me. And then, Chen Ge leaned in slightly, committing every word to memory. This was intel, critical, if he had any hope of dealing with whatever was inside that mirror. I stood in front of it, Brother Feng continued, voice low. Tried to figure out what was going on. I even tried to take the mirror off the wall, but the second my hands touched it, the voice in my ears got louder. Not just louder, closer. My head started to feel fuzzy, like my thoughts weren't mine anymore. And then, he glanced nervously toward the toilet, as if half expecting something to crawl out of it. The reflection changed. I was standing right in front of the mirror, but the thing looking back at me wasn't me. Usually I'd be terrified. But what happened next? His voice dropped. Even now, it sends shivers down my spine. Chen Ge's tone stayed even. What happened? Brother Feng spoke with unsettling seriousness. At the time, I didn't feel any fear. No panic, no hesitation. It was like everything was perfectly normal. He swallowed hard. I started leaning toward the mirror. And when my face got close to the surface, I saw the other me doing the same. It was my face, same features, same expression, but something about it felt wrong. Off. I couldn't tell you exactly why, but deep down, I knew, the thing staring back at me wasn't me. His voice wavered slightly. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw my hands start to rise. But my brain hadn't given that order. They moved on their own, pressing flat against the glass, like I was trying to crawl through it. Or no, worse. He looked up, dread hanging off every word. It felt like I was already inside the mirror. Trapped. And I was clawing my way out. Chen Ge's expression darkened. He'd experienced something eerily similar during the nightmare mission. The footage he'd reviewed later showed it clearly, his body, inching toward the mirror, almost magnetized. Then how did you get out of it? He asked. It's actually thanks to the mirror, Brother Feng replied, which gave Chen Ge pause. My body felt hijacked, like I was watching myself from the inside but had no say in anything. And then, I saw something. He hesitated. There was a ragdoll lying behind me. I saw it in the reflection. A ragdoll. Chen Ge echoed, his voice low. Yes. It looked like the ones I saw scattered around the other rooms. About the size of a palm, with a little sewn-on beard, Brother Feng said, using his hands to gesture the rough dimensions. The moment I saw it, something in my brain just snapped. Alarm bells went off. Full panic mode. Fear hit me like a tidal wave, and all I could think about was escape. He shook his head slowly. But my body wouldn't move. It wouldn't listen. My mind was screaming to run, but my limbs were locked in place. It was like the two parts of me, mind and body, had turned against each other. Brother Feng's voice was oddly calm as he recounted it, but Chen Ge didn't miss the weight behind the words. He could picture just how close to disaster that moment had been. After that, I heard He-san scream from the second floor. That seemed to snap me out of it, like it broke the spell. A trace of color had returned to Brother Feng's face, and the terror in his eyes had faded slightly. I was so freaked out, my first instinct was to grab the nearest wooden chair and smash the mirror with it. He gave a weak laugh. Your haunted house is so immersive, so atmospheric, I actually forgot I was in a theme park attraction. Then, as if just remembering, Brother Feng turned to Chen Ge with an apologetic smile. Everything I told you is true. No exaggeration. I'll cover the cost of the broken mirror. That won't be necessary, Chen Ge said, rising to his feet. I'm just glad you're okay. His gaze swept the room once more. By the way, where's the doll you saw? Brother Feng hesitated. I think I kicked it under the bed. That's one of your props too, right? Sorry about that. Chen Ge crouched down and retrieved the doll, small, worn, and marked with a dusty footprint. He brushed it off gently and held it up. You should thank this doll. He's the one who saved you. The doll saved me. Brother Feng blinked. If you say so. Thank you. So, can I go now? He inched back subconsciously, face draining of color again. There was something off about the man standing before him. Chen Ge radiated a kind of quiet, unspoken intensity. But since he had come to the rescue, Brother Feng managed to force out a stiff, polite nod. Chen Ge tilted his head slightly, cradling the doll in one hand, still wearing the blood-stained outfit. If I told you everything you just experienced wasn't part of the haunted house's props or special effects, that it was all real, would you believe me? Dressed in his blood-soaked costume and cradling the tattered little doll, Chen Ge tilted his head to the side, eyes fixed on the young man. The unfortunate Brother Feng, who stood nearly 190 centimeters tall, was now curled up at the corner of the bed like a terrified child. His voice, small and threadbare, carried a tone of helpless resignation. I don't know, he said. You tell me, should I believe it or not? Chapter 37. Expansion. Brother Feng curled in on himself even tighter. From his vantage point on the floor, Chen Ge looked like a man capable of dismembering corpses just to enhance the realism of his haunted house. A cold shiver ran down Brother Feng's spine. For the first time, he truly feared for his life. Look at you, all serious. I'm just kidding, Chen Ge said with a shrug, though disappointment flickered in his eyes. He hadn't asked the question on a whim. He'd seen something unusual in Brother Feng. When nudged by the doll, the man had snapped free from the mirror monster's control and even managed to fight back. That kind of willpower, that resilience, it wasn't common. In fact, it was rare. Brother Feng had potential. The kind of potential that could be sharpened into something useful. That was what Chen Ge admired about the young man. If things had gone differently, he might have extended a genuine offer of friendship, maybe even asked for help with the kind of supernatural nonsense that liked to lurk inside mirrors. That had been the plan. Unfortunately, Brother Feng was too rattled to pick up on the subtext. Looks like I can only depend on myself, Chen Ge thought as he turned the key and locked up the murder by midnight scenario. Helping Brother Feng down the stairs, still shaky, but in one piece, Chen Ge felt a sudden vibration in his pocket. He jolted, heart skipping a beat, and yanked out the black phone, half expecting something awful. Number of monthly visitors surpassed 100. Reputation is now 60% positive. Congratulations for fulfilling the rules for expansion. Warning: each expansion of the haunted house will award you with a mysterious reward. After 3 expansions, the haunted house will upgrade to a maze of terror. I can expand so soon? It was good news, objectively. But expansion wasn't exactly high on Chen Ge's priority list. Not yet. The real issue was still sealed behind glass and lurking in the mirror. He stepped outside, and sunlight struck the steps like a spotlight on aftermath. The students from Zhejiang Medical University were scattered across the pavement like battlefield casualties. Some clutched their heads, others sat curled into tight balls, hugging their knees. Mascara ran down pale cheeks. A few stared into the sky like they'd glimpsed the void and weren't entirely convinced they'd come back from it. Every so often, one of them twitched, just enough to confirm they were still alive. Chen Ge felt a strange sense of déjà vu. But this time, the fallout was on a whole different level. In just 40 minutes, a crowd of energetic university students had been reduced to traumatized husks. The transformation was almost miraculous. Around them, other visitors had begun to murmur, some pointing, others whispering behind hands. Chen Ge didn't pay them much attention. If it's not terrifying, can you really call it a house of horrors? With a casual grunt, he let Brother Feng drop to the pavement, rounding out the scene like a final puzzle piece. The whole happy family was back together again. Xiao Chen, come here. The swelling crowd had once again drawn Uncle Su's attention. The middle-aged man approached with that familiar "what am I going to do with you?" expression etched across his face. Explain yourself. What is it this time? Last time, you scared someone into fainting. Now you've knocked down 7? Are you trying to get our park on the headlines? Chen Ge's gaze flicked around, calculating, before he let out a dry cough. They came for a haunted house experience. I gave them exactly that. The best service possible. How is that my fault? Besides, I didn't lay a finger on anyone. You can check the security footage. Every last scream was well within the operational guidelines. Stop acting dumb. If that's the case, how do you explain the bump on the back of her head? Uncle Su lowered his voice and subtly gestured toward Xiao Hui, careful not to spook the already shaken girl. Uncle Su, I swear, I'm totally innocent on that one, Chen Ge said, hands raised in mock surrender. I was running ahead, and she tugged on my shirt from behind. I crawled into the cupboard to hide, nothing fancy, and she tried to follow me in. I was just lying there, minding my own business, when she whipped out a flashlight and aimed it right in my eyes. Nearly blinded me. Before I could say a word, she smacked her head on the cupboard wall. Honest. If anything, I'm the real victim here. He recounted the truth, give or take a convenient edit. In other words, you're the one who's suffered. Isn't that obvious? Stop treating this like a joke, Uncle Su sighed, the weight of exasperation pulling at his voice. Be more careful, more attentive, in the future, and don't let this kind of thing happen again. What if there's an actual accident? Or what if your client turns out to be someone unreasonable? It could seriously damage your haunted house's reputation. I know. Any other sage advice? Chen Ge didn't push back outright, but inwardly he muttered, if I really run into someone unreasonable, I'll just hand them the love letter. Let's see who out-crazies who. Uncle Su stared at Chen Ge, fully aware his advice would go in one ear and out the other. Still, he let out a long sigh and spoke again after a pause. Xiao Qin, I know you're not obligated to listen to me. But some things need to be said, especially now that your parents aren't around anymore. I'm listening. This morning, Xiao Wan told me you were on television, saying you were the key witness in the arson case from 4 years ago. Uncle Su's expression darkened. There wasn't even a hint of approval in his eyes. Yes. Why would you go to a stigmatized property late at night? Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? Those people are murderers. Uncle Su barreled on, giving Chen Ge no room to argue. If you're short on cash, there are better ways to earn it than chasing after reward money. I can cover the utility fees you owe the park management. For now. You're still young, Xiao Chen. Be careful not to stray from the righteous path. Don't worry, Uncle Su. I know what I'm doing. I hope so. Uncle Su exhaled, clearly unconvinced. If that's all, I'll be heading off. Get those people off the ground, will you? It looks terrible for the park, letting them just lie around like corpses. He turned to leave, but Chen Ge stopped him. What's wrong? Uncle Su, I really do have a favor to ask, Chen Ge said, his tone unusually sheepish. Could you lend me 5,000 renminbi? I want to install cameras in every corner of the haunted house. I'll pay you back once the reward money comes through. After what happened with He-san and brother Feng, Chen Ge had good reason to worry. There were too many blind spots, too many places where things could go wrong, unseen. You still want to invest in the haunted house? Uncle Su froze mid-step. Xiao Qin, I can lend you the money, sure, but I'll be honest with you. This park is on its last legs. Putting money into this place is like tossing it into the sea. Uncle Su led Chen Ge over to a shaded corner of the walkway before continuing, voice low and steady. This park's been around for 11 years. Its main attractions? Outdated. People these days want virtual reality, immersive tech, fashion, creativity. We've got none of that. To put it plainly, we're being filtered out. The only thing still drawing any attention is your haunted house. Every other attraction's numbers are circling the drain. I know that, Chen Ge said quietly. He'd already decided. He was going to focus on the haunted house. And the first step. Locking down the blind spots. What do you know? Uncle Su snapped, switching off his walkie-talkie with a sharp click. Eastern Zhejiang's virtual reality futuristic carnival is almost finished. It's going to be one of the few 4th-gen amusement parks in the country. Once it opens, it'll own the spotlight. That's where people will go. Not here. He gestured around the aging park with a tired sweep of his hand. Tell me, how the hell are we supposed to compete with that? Every department, from top management to the janitors, is already slowing down, looking for a way out. You're the only one dumb enough to keep charging forward like nothing's changed. Chapter 38. Underground Parking Lot. Uncle Su was genuinely looking out for Chen Ge, so he didn't hold anything back. He laid it all out, plain and bleak. Now, do you still want to invest in the haunted house? I'm still willing to give it a try. After all, that new park isn't completed yet, so we still have a chance. Chen Ge's ace in the hole was the black phone, but of course, that wasn't something he could share. You're such a bright kid most of the time, so why do you get so damn stubborn when it actually matters? Uncle Su's voice lowered, rough with frustration and something more fragile. Can't you see how time's eroding this place like rust on old iron? I've been here for 10 years. I want this place to make it, but sometimes you have to bow to reality. Uncle Su gestured toward the shuttered attractions surrounding them. You know why all of these are closed? Not because they failed safety inspections like the rumors say. No. The truth is, the moment they're switched on, they start hemorrhaging cash. 1 or 2 visitors a day doesn't even cover the electricity. He shook his head, eyes distant. Back when New Century Park first opened, the place was packed. We didn't have enough parking. Had to rent space from nearby shops just to keep up with the flood of cars. Things only improved after they built the underground parking lot. Then his voice dropped, weighed down by something heavier than just numbers. But in the past 3 years, even during peak holiday season, that lot hasn't seen a single overflow. Hell, these days we're lucky if we fill the spaces above ground. Visitor numbers keep falling, and this year, we've hit rock bottom. Uncle Sue, wait a second. You said the underground parking lot hasn't been used in 3 years? Chen Ge's eyes lit up with an intensity that made Uncle Sue shift uncomfortably. So, it's basically abandoned? Yes, Uncle Sue replied with a sigh. When New Century Park first opened, the place was alive. Cars crammed in, people packed shoulder to shoulder. You'd wait 2 hours just to get on a single ride. That was our prime. But now, the city's moving on without us. He trailed off, staring into the ghost of a memory. Still, it's not all sad. We were lucky to have our moment in the sun, right? Chen Ge tilted his head, voice calm but purposeful. Uncle Sue, if someone wanted to rent the underground parking lot, how much would it cost? Ha! Uncle Sue blinked, caught off guard by the sudden shift. Why would you ask that? A plan had already begun to take shape in Chen Ge's mind. He'd just found the perfect space to expand his haunted house. I want to repurpose the parking lot, he said calmly. From what you've told me, it's in a half-abandoned state, so why not let me use it? Uncle Sue squinted at him like he was checking for a fever. Have you lost your mind? What do you want it for, raising bats? The older man sounded half-joking, but there was real concern laced beneath his words. Chen Ge didn't bother lying. The management would find out sooner or later anyway. I want to expand the haunted house. Given my finances, the underground parking lot is ideal. The rent should be low, and the atmosphere underground is a natural fit for horror. Kid, what's gotten into you today? Uncle Sue stared at him like he was looking at a ticking time bomb. Isn't a 3-story haunted house enough to keep you up at night? Do you even realize how massive that underground parking lot is? Even if the management agrees to rent it to you, by the time you finish setting the place up, the park will be shuttered. He gave a helpless shrug. Don't be stupid. Just focus on your work. I'm serious, Uncle Sue. You think I'm joking with you? With a sharp flick, Uncle Sue switched his walkie-talkie back on and headed toward the crowd. A few steps away, he paused and looked over his shoulder. I'll give you the 5,000 tomorrow morning, he said gruffly. But keep your damn feet on solid ground. Stop chasing ghosts. I know. Chen Ge trailed behind Uncle Sue, his gaze drifting toward the growing crowd gathered outside his haunted house. He gave a half-hearted pout. Honestly, I don't think visitor numbers have dropped at all. Not that it matters. This place has always proudly maintained a 0 visitor streak until now. Wriggling through the sea of onlookers, Chen Ge finally reached the group of students sprawled near the entrance. He tilted his head and smirked. Rested enough? If you all keep lying there like corpses, people are going to think I did something highly immoral. Give me a few more minutes, one of them groaned. Your haunted house needs some time to digest. What are you staring at me for? I'm not scared, another said, refusing to make eye contact. I just sprained my ankle inside. That's why I can't get up. Everyone looks like a killer to me now, muttered a third, voice trembling. What am I supposed to do with that? Stop being so stubborn. We lost to his haunted house this time, Monkey said as he limped down the steps. He flashed his phone at Chen Ge, proudly displaying the 5-star review he'd just submitted. But don't think this is over, he added, planting himself in front of Chen Ge. We're not going to surrender that easily. So, you're all planning to come back tomorrow? Chen Ge asked, eyebrow raised. If we didn't have exams, do you think we'd be scared of a rematch? Monkey sounded almost heroic. if not for the visible quiver in his lips and the way his knees knocked together like bad special effects. Either way, my doors are always open, Chen Ge said smoothly. If any of you feel brave enough to return. In truth, he was starting to see the students from Zhejiang Medical University as walking talismans. Lucky charms wrapped in lab coats and trauma. I'm never coming back, he muttered, shooting Chen Ge a haunted look. You'd have to drag my dead body here. From the way he said it, and the pallor on his face, it was clear the bloodshot eye behind that door had left a permanent mark. Junior, be careful what you wish for. Xiao Hui rose to her feet with Yisan's help, brushing herself off as she turned a fiery glare on Chen Ge. You're the first man who's ever made me cry hard enough to ruin my makeup. I won't forget you for that. Chen Ge noticed the bump on the back of Xiao Hui's head. He didn't have the heart to clap back, so he just offered a silent, crooked smile. The group of medical students hobbled toward the park's entrance, clinging to one another like survivors of a very stylish apocalypse. Chen Ge was about to head inside when he caught movement from the corner of his eye. Brother Feng had broken away from the group and jogged back alone. His expression was conflicted, skepticism tangled with something far less certain. I've been thinking about your question, he said slowly. I still can't bring myself to believe it's all real. If anything, it's probably explainable through psychological trauma, heightened stimulus, something like that. Chen Ge nodded. He knew exactly what Feng was referring to. Maybe. By the way, I never got your full name. It's He Feng, the young man replied. I'm older than the others. I'll be starting my residency in a few days. Pleased to meet you, He Feng. Hope we run into each other again soon. After exchanging numbers, Chen Ge made his way back to the haunted house. He pulled the gates shut and hung a sign out front, temporarily closed for maintenance. Boss, there are still a bunch of visitors waiting outside. Why are we closing? One of the staff asked, puzzled. There's a small issue. We're calling it a day. Chen Ge peeled off the Dr. Skullcracker costume as he spoke. Can you explain it to the crowd for me? Without waiting for a reply, he disappeared into the props room, grabbed a pair of scissors, and started slicing up strips of black fabric. Then he headed back upstairs to the murder by midnight scenario. He began draping cloth over the mirrors, 1, 2, 3, but there were just too many rooms. He ran out of fabric far too soon. This scenario's too big, he thought grimly. Until the cameras are installed, I can't risk letting visitors in here. It's too dangerous. After locking the door to the murder by midnight scenario, Chen Ge made his way back downstairs. Most of the crowd outside had dispersed, just a straggler or two lingering near the entrance. Xiao Wan, you can take off your makeup. Time to head home. With a brief goodbye, Chen Ge slipped into the staff break room. He hadn't had a proper rest since the day before. The second his head touched the pillow, sleep swallowed him whole. Chapter 39. The sound from the third floor. With the arrival of night, silence settled over the haunted house like a heavy blanket. Suddenly, a strange grating sound, like someone sawing through bone-damp wood, splintered the stillness. In the staff break room, Chen Ge's eyes cracked open. He glanced at his phone, 1:10 a.m. He groaned and rolled over, burying his head beneath the pillow, but the sound kept boring into his ears like a rusty drill. Am I dreaming? Who the hell is making that noise? Every single prop in the haunted house was either handcrafted or upgraded by Chen Ge himself, and none of them, made a sound like soaring. Still hazy from barely 6 hours of sleep, he pinched the inside of his thigh hard enough to sting, forcing himself awake. Grumbling under his breath, he dressed quickly and grabbed an iron hammer from the nearby toolbox. He switched on the flashlight and pushed open the break room door. The haunted house at midnight was a different beast entirely. Colder, quieter, and far more unnerving than it ever was in daylight. Chen Ge leaned against the doorframe, not in any rush to step outside. Can't be a burglar. What kind of lunatic would choose to rob a haunted house after midnight? Can't be rats either. Their chewing doesn't echo like that. With both rational explanations dismissed, his thoughts began drifting toward a less comforting possibility. Could it be the thing from the mirror got out? Due to a shortage of cloth, not all the mirrors in the third floor's murder by midnight scenario were covered. Chen Ge stared down the darkened hallway for a long moment, then quietly retreated into the break room. He only dared to venture out again after grabbing the doll his parents had left behind for him. The sound was coming from above. Clutching the doll in one hand and the hammer in the other, Chen Ge climbed the stairs, following the noise until he reached the door of murder by midnight. As I thought, it's coming from here. But is it the lingering spirits from Ping and Apartments? Or the mirror monster? He hesitated at the threshold. Honestly, even he wasn't thrilled about walking into one of his own haunted scenarios in the dead of night. Still, letting that soaring sound torment him all night wasn't a real solution either. Chen Ge tightened his grip on the hammer and reminded himself, I have the specter's favored title. The lingering spirits from Ping and Apartments have shown me goodwill. So even if it's the thing from inside the mirror, it shouldn't be able to hurt me too badly. His thoughts drifted to what had happened with He-san. It was Xiao Wan's sudden appearance that had thrown off the creature's plan. Maybe the monster's not as powerful as it pretends to be. I have to go in. So sooner or later. Might as well be now. The more I understand it, the better chance I have of stopping it. Chen Ge forced himself to calm down. It wasn't the monster he feared, it was the unknown it dragged in with it. He pushed the door open. A stale, moldy stench immediately met his nose. This scenario was starting to smell more and more like the real Ping and Apartments by the hour. The corridor stretched ahead, lined with half-closed room doors on either side. Chen Ge held his phone in one hand, the iron hammer steady in the other. The soaring sound grew louder, a sure sign Chen Ge was getting close. He moved steadily through the entire third floor, stopping only when he reached the door the noise was bleeding from. It was shut tight. When his hand touched the doorknob, the shock of cold steel jolted him fully awake. Muscles tense, he kicked the door open. "Who's in here?" he shouted, bursting into the room with the iron hammer raised and ready. A well-built dark figure was half-squatting inside the bathroom. For a second, it looked uncannily like He-Fong. The shadow flinched. Clearly not expecting company, it dropped what it was holding and hurled itself into the mirror, vanishing without a trace. "Stop right there," Chen Ge shouted, swinging the hammer. It sliced through empty air. The bathroom was still, the stall deserted, like whatever he'd just seen had been a hallucination. That shadow, there's no way it was He-Fong. So why did it look like him? Standing before the mirror, Chen Ge caught his own reflection and felt a flicker of unease ripple through him. Is the monster mimicking He-Fong? But why? The black shadow raised more questions than answers, but it did confirm two things. 1, the mirror monster could now leave the mirror, and 2, it had the ability to morph into anyone who had once looked into it. This thing's more dangerous than I thought. The soaring noise that had echoed through the building finally fell silent. Chen Ge crouched down to inspect what the black shadow had dropped. 4 ragdolls lay scattered across the rough cement floor, surrounded by jagged shards of mirror. He picked up the dolls one by one. The ones representing the mother and 2 sisters were intact, just the usual grime and dust from long neglect. But the father doll, its neck was nearly severed, the fabric slashed with deep, deliberate cuts. Why is the father doll the only one that's injured? Then it clicked. The father helped He-Fong escape the monster's grasp. This is revenge. It seemed the 4 lingering spirits weren't strong enough to stand up to the monster in the mirror. All they could do was endure its torment. Chen Ge didn't know what was happening on the other side, the real side of the mirror. All he had to go on were the pieces he'd gathered so far. The victims had no real means of attack beyond scaring people. The mirror monster, on the other hand, operated on another level entirely. Stronger than the spirits, but strangely timid around the living. That means its physical strength is limited. It doesn't fight. It manipulates. Twists your fears, digs into your weak spots, traps you in illusion, then moves in for the kill. By piecing together He San and He Feng's experiences, along with what had just happened, Chen Ge formed a working theory. The mirror monster was dangerous, no question. But if he could confront it directly, its power would be significantly reduced. Most of its strength came from deception and manipulation, not force. If I can lure it out of the mirror's protection, it should be easy to handle. I need a plan. If possible, I want this dealt with tonight, so I can reopen this scenario tomorrow. Chen Ge remained calm and focused. The mirror monster was getting bolder by the hour, and if he didn't take it down soon, he could forget about running the haunted house in peace. Chen Ge cradled the 4 dolls in his arms as he left the murder by midnight scenario. He locked the door behind him, then headed for the props room. As he stitched up the damaged doll, he kept turning over ideas in his mind. The thing's aggressive, and clearly obsessed with the living. Which means the simplest way to lure it out is live bait. Fortunately, Chen Ge wasn't just a haunted house operator. He was also a damn good seamstress. Within minutes, he'd patched most of the damage to the dolls with practiced efficiency. But the real question is, once I get it out, how the hell do I kill it? Salt. Garlic. That's what the forums always say, but do I really want to bet my life on old wives' tales? Chen Ge mulled it over, then sighed and pulled out his phone. Time to consult the experts. He logged into the supernatural forums, hoping someone out there had tangled with something like this, and lived to post about it. Chapter 40. New Nightmare Mission. After logging in, Chen Ge noticed that his username had turned purple. Curious, he clicked on his account profile and discovered the reason. The 30-minute video he'd posted the other day had exploded. Shared, viewed, recommended, and commented on thousands of times. A quick scroll through the comments yielded nothing useful. Most were driven by morbid curiosity rather than insight. Who knows? Maybe this'll actually work. There might be real experts hiding in the noise. Chen Ge began composing a new thread, this time with more detailed information about the mirror monster. Leveraging the perks of his purple account status, he opened a bounty thread. After playing the game in the video, I realized I'm now being haunted by the creature inside the mirror, asking for help on how to remove this threat. The replies came pouring in within seconds. OP means original poster. You're still alive? Black dog's blood is the best solution. Or rear a cock. Legend says all the bad stuff is afraid of cocks. OP, listen to me. Call this number. Tell them you need help. You can thank me later. Ghosts are nothing but memories left behind in the physical world. Killing it will only earn you bad karma. Kindness goes a long way. OP, have you tried reasoning with it? Education is the best solution. If there's something strange in your neighborhood, who you going to call? Ghostbusters. If there's something weird and it don't look good, who you going to call? Ghostbusters. Mix yellow bean, white rice, and Indian ink together. Soak them in salt water for 15 minutes. Spread them on the ground to watch them grow into powerful bean warriors. I once saw a video about a guy haunted by a female ghost. To deal with her, he bought a gun, and when she came back that night, the man shot himself, and then dragged the ghost into the bedroom too. OP, serious though, listen to me. This method will definitely work. Go find an iron sword, preferably one that's tasted blood before. Ghosts are nothing but special magnetic energy, and a sword like that can hurt them. Chen Ge scrolled through the comments, expression flat. Only the bit about the iron sword seemed remotely plausible. The rest veered into trolling, fever dreams, or outright lunacy. He was familiar with the old folklore about black dog's blood and roosters being ghost repellents. But come on, where was he supposed to find either of those in the dead of night? After leaving the forum, Chen Ge tossed his phone aside and stared blankly into space from his chair. Facing off against the mirror monster meant gambling with his life. There was no way he could count on half-baked advice from a mob of internet lunatics. After a moment's hesitation, he reached for the black phone again. This thing's the only one I can trust. But trust came with a price. The black phone operated by the law of equivalent exchange. To gain something, something of equal value had to be given up. After several days of trial and error, Chen Ge had begun to understand the Black Phone's hidden rules, especially its mission reward structure. Easy and normal missions handed out tools and props to help operate the haunted house. But nightmare missions? Those were the real deal, the only ones that granted rewards directly tied to his survival, like special abilities. In other words, if he wanted to deal with the creature in the mirror, completing easy or normal missions was a waste of time. He needed the kind of power that only a nightmare mission could provide. But that came with a catch, and a damn sharp one. Nightmare missions were dangerous. Deadly. One wrong move and he might end up attracting something even worse than the mirror monster. What should I do? Take the risk? Or stall for time? That was when Chen Ge noticed the date. A new day had begun. The daily missions had refreshed. Easy mission. If you want to provide visitors with a truly scary experience, you must first pay attention to the rhythm and tempo of their journey through the haunted house. Triggering a scare too early may cause them to lose interest. It is recommended that you install sound detectors or surveillance cameras to monitor visitor progress. Normal mission. You've met the criteria to enable the first expansion of the haunted house. Begin searching for a suitable location. Due to current space limitations, trial missions to unlock new scenarios are unavailable. Nightmare mission. There are strange noises coming from the bathroom every midnight. If you want to find out why, follow my directions. Daily missions refresh every day at midnight. Users may only select one mission per day. Rewards correspond to the mission's difficulty. Beware. The more difficult the mission, the more dangerous it'll be. Please choose carefully. Chen Ge studied the list of missions. The normal mission was off the table for now. He couldn't complete it yet. That left him with only two options: the easy mission or the nightmare mission. If Uncle Sue wires me the money tomorrow morning, I can probably buy all the surveillance gear within a day. But installing it will take longer. He glanced again at the nightmare mission description. Strange sounds. Bathroom. Every midnight. Yeah. Definitely creepy. Chen Ge was caught between a rock and a hard place. He wasn't even confident he could complete the easy mission, and even if he did, the reward wouldn't amount to much. On the other hand, the nightmare mission was potentially lethal. And it all started in the bathroom. He sat in the props room, thoughts thick as tar, paralyzed by indecision. That was when the sound returned. Soaring, again. Harsher this time. More grating. More urgent. Chen Ge tilted his head back, ears straining. He was certain it was coming from the third floor. I've already carried out all 4 of the dolls. What the hell is it cutting now? Chen Ge found the creature's persistence increasingly irksome. Slipping the sewn dolls back into his pocket, he grabbed his trusty hammer and bolted up the stairs to the 3rd floor. When he reached the entrance to the murder by midnight scenario, he froze. Shards of mirror glass littered the floor around the doorway. Deep scratch marks gouged the wood. It's been clawing at the door. What is it trying to get to? Cold sweat soaked Chen Ge's back. The image hit him all at once. A monster, shards of mirror clutched in hand, silently prowling the building while he slept. He wouldn't, tolerate something that dangerous living under the same roof. Normally a decent guy, Chen Ge wore a sour expression as he locked the murder by midnight scenario behind him. Hammer in hand, he strode down the corridor with grim purpose. Room by room, he hunted down every mirror on the 3rd floor, and shattered them without hesitation. The crash of breaking glass echoed like gunshots through the quiet building, sharp and relentless. It wasn't until he reached the end of the corridor that he finally felt like himself again. During the first nightmare mission, the creature was stuck, trapped behind the mirror by that doll sitting in front of it. When it attacked He-san, it had to retreat when Xiao Wan entered the room. But after what it did to He-feng, it learned to escape the mirror. It's growing. And it's growing fast. Chen Ge knew he couldn't wait any longer. The haunted house was finally regaining momentum, and he wasn't about to let some unknown creature tear it all down. Leaving the scenario room and locking the door behind him once again, he powered on the black phone. His thumb hovered for a heartbeat, then tapped. Do or die. Hopefully, the reward from this nightmare mission would be enough. Are you sure you wish to accept the nightmare mission? After acceptance, unknown circumstances might occur. Yes. The screen pulsed with light, and the true nightmare mission description began to reveal itself. Chapter 41. Hold your breath. The specters favored. Your courage is admirable. The nightmare mission this time is both a test and a reward. The name of the game is Deep Water. It allows you to bypass the line between the living and the dead, granting you the chance to see those who have, unfortunately, passed on. Mission requirement. Enter the bathroom alone at 3:30 a.m. Lock the door. Turn off the lights. Fill the bathtub with water and place a candle beside it. Then lie in the tub. The period between 3:30 and 3:40 a.m. is when yin energy is at its peak. It's also when the yin-yang cycle of the day converges. At exactly 3:44 a.m., you must hold your breath and submerge yourself beneath the water, all while thinking of the person you most wish to see. When the hour teeters between darkness and dawn, you will glimpse them, caught on the cusp of life and death. The mission will be considered successful if said individual appears. If not, it will complete automatically after 60 seconds of holding your breath. Chen Ge felt a nod of unease after reading the mission description. Compared to the first nightmare mission, this one looked a lot simpler. Closing your eyes for 30 minutes in a haunted setting demanded near superhuman nerves and an iron constitution. Holding your breath for 60 seconds? Most people could pull that off. And that was exactly what bothered him. It was a nightmare mission. It couldn't possibly be that easy. Like the previous one, the location was a bathroom. But this time, he had to fully submerge himself in a bathtub and hold his breath. 60 seconds. That's it. He combed through every step of the process. Even with the prep, it'd take, 15 minutes tops? What the hell could possibly go wrong in 15 minutes? Chen Ge's interest wasn't just because the mission seemed easier. It was that line in the description that hooked him. Allow you to bypass the line between the living and the dead, giving you the opportunity to see those who have unfortunately passed away. Unlike most people, Chen Ge didn't panic under pressure. If anything, he grew more focused. Now, he sat quietly in his chair, piecing the implications together. His parents had vanished without a trace in an abandoned countryside hospital, leaving behind only two things: a doll and the black phone. That same phone had activated right as he was on the verge of giving up on the haunted house. During the first nightmare mission, it was the doll that ended up saving his life. So, were the doll and the phone planted there on purpose? Were they clues? A breadcrumb trail left by his parents? If that were true, then this second nightmare mission wasn't just intriguing, it was personal. Maybe they're trying to reach me through this. Maybe they're using it to pass along more information. Of course, that was just speculation. Wishful thinking. But even if this nightmare mission had nothing to do with his parents, Chen Ge would still go through with it. Allow you to bypass the line between the living and the dead, giving you the opportunity to see those who have unfortunately passed away. That alone was reason enough. For Chen Ge, this was a rare shot at finding out, once and for all, whether his parents were still alive. If he didn't see them, that meant they were still out there. Missing, yes, but alive. If he did, it would confirm his earlier theory, that his parents had left the black phone behind for a reason, likely as a conduit, a way to funnel information to him from the other side. Maybe the phone even holds their final message. Their last words. Looks like I don't have a choice. Chen Ge checked his watch. It was already 2:55 a.m., 35 minutes until the mission began. I've wasted too much time smashing mirrors on the 3rd floor. Got to move. The mission required him to lie in a bathtub filled with water, but the only one that fit the bill was inside the murder by midnight scenario. One of the doors along the workers' passageway connected to a bathroom with a tub. Chen Ge had used that trapdoor before, to enter the scenario himself and to sneak He-san's group out of it. Only 35 minutes left. No time to find a hotel with a proper tub. Guess I'll have to do this inside the mirror monster's turf. With the decision made, he didn't waste another second. Slinging the 4 dolls under his arm, Chen Ge slipped out of the haunted house and headed through the night toward the park's canteen to pick up 2 cleavers. They haven't been used to butcher pigs or sheep, Chen Ge thought, but I've seen the workers chop up chickens and fish with these. Guess that counts as blooded blades. He held the cleavers up to his nose and gave them a sniff. No iron tang of blood. Just the eye-watering sting of green chilies and onions. So much for atmosphere. Back at the haunted house, he shuttled between the fake bathroom and the toilet, hauling buckets of water. It wasn't glamorous, but by the 10-minute mark, the tub was finally full. Everything's ready. Time to begin. The murder by midnight scenario's front door was sealed shut, so Chen Ge slipped in through the workers' passageway and entered the bathroom. Per the black phone's instructions, he was completely alone. The mirror had already been shattered, his doing. As he stepped inside, broken shards crunched beneath his feet with a sharp, scraping whisper. I made enough noise hauling that water to wake the dead. The mirror monster definitely knows I'm here by now. But it doesn't matter. I just need to hold my breath for 1 minute. That's all. From his point of view, the mission was strange, but not especially dangerous. He locked the door from the inside and propped the doll his parents had left behind against it, like a tiny sentry. Then he arranged the 4 ragdolls, the ones embodying the lingering spirits of the Ping and Apartments victims, around the bathtub like guardians. Everyone, I'll be counting on you, Chen Ge murmured. Help me get through this 1 minute. Like before, he turned on his phone's camera and set it on a nearby table to record. The room was so dark the screen registered almost nothing, just a blurry, vaguely human-shaped shadow. When the countdown hit the 3-minute mark, Chen Ge emptied his pockets onto the counter. Following the black phone's instructions, he lit a single candle and fixed it to the bathtub's rim. Its flickering flame became the room's only light source. Looking down, he saw his own face reflected, fractured and multiplied in the broken mirror shards scattered across the floor. He stripped off his shirt and stepped toward the tub. Ripples shimmered across the surface, distorting the faint reflections in the dim light. The bathtub wasn't deep, but in the low glow of the candle, he couldn't see the bottom at all. He dipped his fingers in. A jolt of cold shot up his arm, crawling across his shoulders and spine, leaving him shivering. This mission is seriously freaky. After one last glance at the time, Chen Ge climbed into the tub, gripping the 2 cleavers tightly. As he lowered himself in, the water spilled over the edge, soaking the jagged mirror shards on the floor. F***K, that's cold. Chen Ge could feel his body temperature plummeting. Even his heartbeat had begun to slow. The bathroom was utterly still, save for the rhythmic drip of water sliding off the tub's edge and hitting the tile below. Just 1 minute. After this 1 minute, I'll get the reward. And finally, the answer to the question that's been haunting me. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled, steadying his breath, calming his pulse, and waited for 3:44 a.m. to strike. Chapter 42. 60 seconds. Inside the darkened bathroom, Chen Ge sat alone in the bathtub. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled, cycling air through his lungs with deliberate care. The time on the black phone read 3:42 a.m. exactly. He had one shot at this. No do-overs, no second chances. The room was dead silent. Nothing stirred beyond the door. Even the mirror monster seemed to have vanished. Seconds dragged. Chen Ge placed the electronic watch, brought specifically for this hellish little ritual, on the bathtub's edge. When the digits flipped to 3:43, he zeroed in, opened his mouth, and drew in a slow, steady breath. As the candlelight flickered, Chen Ge slowly lowered himself into the water. His gaze stayed locked on the electronic watch. He had never been so laser-focused in his life. When the digits flipped again, he didn't hesitate. He slipped beneath the surface. 3:44 a.m. The icy water closed in from all sides. Voluntarily submerging yourself in a bathtub at this hour? Not exactly a spa day. The cold dulled everything: sight, sound, thought. Just darkness and the sensation of falling into a silent abyss. Only the hammering of his own heartbeat echoed through the void. Every nerve in his body stretched taut beneath the cold, as if the water had fingers and was pulling him apart one strand at a time. Lying still, Chen Ge cleared his mind. Just listen to the heartbeat. Start the countdown. 60 seconds. I only need to hold on for 60 seconds. He'd never done anything like this before. The water's surface blurred into the darkness above, the candlelight dimming as though it, too, were sinking, drifting away like he was descending into some silent ocean trench. 1, 2. After the first 10 seconds, time warped. The sound of the water muffled even his heartbeat. The blackness around him deepened, thick and complete. He silently mouthed his parents' names, clinging to them like anchors, his hands locked around the cleavers, his body drifting with the current. The oxygen in his lungs was draining fast. Discomfort crept in. Something heavy seemed to settle on his chest, pressing down inch by inch. 15. 16. Each beat of his heart drained a little more oxygen. As it slowed, so did time. Every second stretched, warped, elastic and cruel. The pressure on his chest grew heavier. It felt like invisible hands were wrapping around his throat, slowly tightening. Chen Ge opened his eyes, but the world beneath the water was void, formless, lightless. It was like he'd slipped into another realm and gotten stuck there. A few seconds later, his face had turned a ghastly white. How long has it been? Should be over soon. Right? Suddenly, a violent ripple broke the surface. A strange sound fractured the silence, faint but sharp, threading through the thick pressure of the water. It came from the corridor. How the hell he heard it so clearly, he didn't know. Maybe that was the point. Maybe it wanted him to hear it. Footsteps. Someone's walking outside the corridor? His heartbeat, once slowed to a near crawl, kicked back into gear, pounding erratically. His muscles tensed on instinct. That's got to be the mirror monster. Please let the dolls hold it off just 30 more seconds. Just 30. His brain started to lag, a high-pitched buzzing blooming in his ears. He was slipping, fast, and the sound of those footsteps wasn't helping. Straining to stay grounded, Chen Ge repeated his parents' names over and over in his mind, using the rhythm to force his focus back into place. 28. 29. He couldn't tell if the water was distorting the noise or if it was something more sinister, but he could swear, those footsteps were picking up speed. Whatever it was in a hurry to get to the door. Seconds crawled by. Chen Ge felt like a boulder had been dropped onto his chest. Heavy, crushing, immovable. The veins in his neck began to bulge. His limbs were going numb with cold, his brain sluggish, like it was freezing along with his body. Only sheer willpower kept him tethered. Bang! 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 Something slammed into the bathroom door, violent, sudden, and angry. Chen Ge's heart felt like it was caught in a vice. Whatever was outside had officially run out of patience. The thing outside gave up after a few more desperate slams. Maybe the doll posted at the door had saved Chen Ge again. Silence crept back in. The room returned to something like normal, if this could be called normal. Under typical conditions, Chen Ge could easily hold his breath for a full minute. But the hallway footsteps, the pounding on the door, they'd shattered his composure. Panic burned oxygen faster. Animals in distress always die quicker. He was at his limit. The final wisp of air in his lungs was gone. Every second after that was pure torment. 39. 40. At 40, Chen Ge's mind began to shut down. He couldn't even keep the countdown going. If he let his razor-thin focus slip, even for a moment, he knew he'd drown. The choking grip of asphyxiation smothered all thought. What remained were flickers, childhood memories, faded and warm, of his parents. A vein throbbed faintly in his neck. His fingers, still clutching the cleavers, began to loosen. He was drifting, quietly, inevitably, toward the edge of death. And only then did he fully understand the meaning behind that sentence in the mission description. It can allow you to bypass the line between the living and the dead, giving you the opportunity to see those who have unfortunately passed away. What it really meant was this: as night turned to day, those teetering on the brink of death could catch a glimpse of the other side. Chen Ge stared, unblinking, at the surface of the water. His pupils were dilated. It felt like he was drifting away from it, like something was tugging his soul downward. Yet he saw nothing. No visions, no ghosts, just darkness. A silence so thick it reeked of despair. The sensation of having your lungs crushed by invisible hands was indescribable. No. If I stay under any longer, I really will die in this bathtub. He figured at least 30 seconds had passed. Long enough. And still, no one appeared. Not the ones he came to find. He gave up hope. Or maybe he realized he was grateful. Because if his parents hadn't shown up, it meant they were still alive. His hands brushed the icy bottom of the tub. With the last flicker of rational thought, Chen Ge made his decision. It was time to bail. He pushed upward, ready to break the surface. Something was wrong. Something was pressing down on his head. His pupils snapped into focus. He looked up, and saw nothing. Just black water and the shimmer of candlelight from above. The dolls had sealed the door. The space around the bathtub had been fortified. The mirror monster shouldn't have been able to get in. So who, or what, was this? More veins bulged along his neck. His face had turned corpse pale. At the last possible second, Chen Ge summoned every shred of strength left in his body, tightened his grip around the cleaver, then swung it wildly above his head. The prolonged oxygen deprivation had dragged both his body and mind to the brink. He was like a wire stretched to the point of snapping. Just one more second, and it would all unravel. The cleaver broke the surface with a sharp swing, water erupting in all directions. Chen Ge felt it, something solid, something there. A crisp snap echoed near his ear. And just like that, the pressure vanished. Freed, Chen Ge surged upward and broke the surface, gasping, choking, dragging air into his lungs like a man reborn. Chapter 43. Mission complete. Chilling water slid down Chen Ge's hair. He was still reeling from how close he'd come to death. His chest heaved in uneven bursts, lips darkening from pale to purple, both hands clenched tightly around the cleavers. 2 minutes passed before the lightheadedness began to fade and a shaky sense of control returned. Wiping the water from his face, Chen Ge rose unsteadily from the bathtub. In the flickering candlelight, the bathroom appeared unchanged. I swear I managed to cut something earlier. There was that snap, too. His eyes swept the space until they landed on a thin gash carved into the edge of the tub. Did I accidentally cut the tub? That can't be it. There was definitely someone holding my head down in the water, and the cleaver should have cut them, not this. Desperate to know the truth, Chen Ge climbed out of the tub and reached for the phone that was still recording. He stopped the footage and replayed it from the beginning. 3:30 a.m. I sat inside the bathtub, and nothing happened on screen until 3:43. Leaning back against the damp wall, eyes fixed on the screen, Chen Ge watched as the timestamp crawled forward. At 3:44 a.m., the video showed him lying down in the tub, sending a thin spill of water over the edge. From this angle, it actually looks pretty damn creepy. Doing it in real life hadn't felt so strange. But now, watching it through the lens of the camera, there was something off. Unnervingly off. Like he was witnessing a scene from someone else's nightmare. Chen Ge glanced at the timestamp. For the first 20 seconds after he submerged himself, everything in the bathroom remained eerily normal, just the occasional drip of water echoing off the tiles. 10 seconds later, his brow furrowed. The video playing on the screen wasn't matching his memory. By now, he should have heard footsteps coming from the corridor. But on screen, absolute silence. The audio picked up nothing unusual. No footsteps, no distant echoes. 5 seconds after that, the door slam he remembered clearly never appeared. The only things visible were the darkened surface of the water and the fluttering candlelight. The footsteps and the door. Were they just hallucinations? At the 50-second mark, the previously still surface of the water broke with a flurry of air bubbles. The Chen Ge in the video was clearly nearing his limit. But then, something unfolded on screen that sent a cold, crawling dread through his spine. Beside the bathtub lay a shattered shard of mirror, no bigger than a palm. Its surface began to cloud over, as if swallowed by some creeping darkness. Slowly, something began to emerge, a black shadow, slithering out from the fogged glass. It leaned over the tub, unnatural and wrong in every way. The shape was familiar. Based on its build and vague features, it looked like Yifeng. The stream of air bubbles intensified. The video was reaching its climax. On screen, Chen Ge's body and mind had already been pushed to the edge. He was just about to give up. He could see himself starting to rise inside the tub, head straining toward the surface. But just as his face broke the water, the black shadow beside the tub lunged forward, both hands slamming down to force his head back under. The sudden pressure sent water flooding into his nostrils, choking him. On screen, he thrashed violently. The cleavers in his hands flailed upward, slicing through air and water. The black shadow flickered, glitching like a corrupted broadcast on an old television screen. The blades made contact, but barely, just enough to disturb it. At the most critical moment, the ragdolls placed around the bathtub began to wobble, as if stirred by a phantom wind. The smallest of them tipped forward, falling directly onto the shard of mirror and covering it with its tiny, cloth body. The black shadow's form started to distort, its edges blurring like ink bleeding through wet paper. At that exact second, Chen Ge's cleaver, wielded in desperation, struck its head. The shadow vanished instantly. The cleaver slipped from his grip, clattering to the floor. On its way down, it scraped the edge of the bathtub, leaving behind a thin, unmistakable mark. And then, Chen Ge erupted from the water, gasping for air. The video ended. Now that he knew the truth, the fury inside him sharpened. That thing, whatever it was, had to be destroyed. It has to be vanquished. Chen Ge saved the video, then gently picked up the ragdoll that had thrown itself over the mirror. The small girl-shaped figure was soaked through, her fabric back nicked by the sharp edge of the glass. They're both from the other side. But their personalities couldn't be more different. Some just want to scare you, they've still got something like a conscience. Others. They're pure malice wrapped in shadow. He dried himself off and slipped into his clothes. One by one, he tucked the dolls into his pockets. Only then did he start to feel a little more grounded. Shattering the mirrors is useless. It still crawls out. So how the hell do I fight something like this? It appears and vanishes at will. Can't track it. Can't trap it. I'm at a natural disadvantage here. Chen Ge picked up the palm-sized shard of mirror, more out of curiosity than anything else, only to freeze. The water droplets on its surface weren't sliding randomly. They were moving, trailing deliberately across the glass until they formed a single, unmistakable number. 3. Is this thing taunting me? 3, as in He-san, He-feng, and me? Or does it mean I've got 3 days left before it comes for me? He had no idea what the number truly meant, but one thing was certain, it wasn't good. Then again, you really think I'm scared of you? One of these days, I'll drag you out of that mirror and leave you in the sun until you fry, you bastard. It was the worst curse he could think of in the moment. After what had just happened, it barely scratched the surface of how close he'd come to death. After taking another deep breath, Chen Ge reached for the black phone. He wasn't expecting much, but the moment the screen lit up, his eyes did too. The specters favored. You managed to hold your breath for 62 seconds. Congratulations for completing the nightmare mission. Obtained the mission reward. Yin-Yong Vision. Yin-Yong Vision. See through the line that blurs between the two worlds. Use the Yong body to observe the Yin presence, a great upgrade to one's vision, other function currently unknown. Notice. You have completed 2 nightmare daily missions. After completing the third nightmare mission, it will randomly unlock the trial mission for one of the scenarios. Completed 3 consecutive missions with more than a 95% completion rate, unlocking new feature. My friends from the other side, affection status. After reading through the flood of messages, Chen Ge wasn't sure what to feel. The nightmare mission had only asked him to hold his breath for 60 seconds. Simple on paper. He'd already decided to give up around the 50-second mark, thanks to the creeping panic, and without that extra push, he would have failed. But the mirror monster hadn't given him the chance to quit. Its murderous intent had forced him to endure just a few seconds longer, just enough to tip the mission into success. In a twisted way. That damn thing actually helped me. A blessing in disguise. One that tried to drown me. Chen Ge scrolled through the black phone, the weight of it suddenly more apparent in his hands. Only now did he realize how critical this nightmare mission had been. If he'd failed, not only would he have missed out on the reward, but the new scenario wouldn't have unlocked. Worse, the phone's newest function would have remained sealed. Driven by a mix of curiosity and unease, he tapped the newly available tab. The interface shifted. 5 unfamiliar names appeared on screen. Chapter 44. Reviews. Current affection levels. Qin Guoheng, lingering spirit unfamiliar. You two can't be considered friends. He was helping you out of kindness. Du Ruoxue, lingering spirit unfamiliar. Qin Munan, lingering spirit unfamiliar. Qin Xiaoxiao, baleful spectre slightly favorable opinion. You've managed to attract her attention. To her, you are slightly closer than a stranger. Zhong Ye, red spectre crazy about you. You are a unique presence to her. She likes you, but only after you're dead. To increase the affection level, you could expose them to the screams of visitors rich in negative emotions, gift them items charged with malice points, or complete their bloody heart mission. When the affection level reaches a certain point, they will selectively follow your commands. Warning: only specters with deep malice and a dark history will be able to provide you with a bloody heart mission. Completing the mission will greatly increase the affection level and will give you the power to get them to help you complete something that isn't against their will. The new feature gave Chen Ge a clearer understanding of his so-called friends. He pulled the smallest doll from his pocket. At a glance, it didn't look much different from the others. Same stitched face, same worn fabric, but the phone app had marked her as special. She was the only baleful spectre among a family of lingering spirits. Something like you can be considered a baleful spirit? Chen Ge poked Xiaoxiao's cheek with his finger. Lifted into the air, the doll bristled with what looked like indignation. Tiny mouth bared in a toothy snarl, like a milk-drunk kitten trying to act tough. I suppose this is an accidental discovery. If Qin Xiaoxiao was the soft-spoken sweetheart of the baleful spectrum, then Zhongya was her mirror in reverse. Ominous, intense, and entirely unhinged. In fact, this was the first time Chen Ge had even seen the term red spectre. What exactly is the difference between a regular baleful spectre and a red one? Curious, and more than a little apprehensive, Chen Ge tapped on Zhongya's name. The screen instantly shifted, flooding with an oppressive crimson hue. Are you sure you want to accept Zhongya's bloody heart mission? Warning. This mission contains a certain level of danger. The blood-red interface triggered an instant sheen of cold sweat across Chen Ge's forehead. But the phone says only specters with exceptionally deep malice and a dark history can hand out a bloody heart mission. Am I really that lucky to score such a prize on my very first spin? That wasn't the end of his thoughts, though. If that's the case, I'd rather give up on this kind of luck altogether. Still, he wisely kept that sentiment to himself, just in case Zhongya was listening. Crazy about me. But only after I'm dead? If that's not twisted, I don't know what is. After exiting the app, the fear stirred up by the mirror monster had all but vanished. Compared to the prize he'd received from the Wheel of Misfortune, that shadow in the glass felt like a cheap party trick. Not that he was planning to ignore it. On the contrary, Chen Ge had marked it as a threat, one that needed to be erased, permanently. The haunted house wouldn't be truly safe until it was gone. Unlocking my friends from the other side opened up new possibilities. To Chen Ge, it looked less like a game perk and more like infrastructure, laying the groundwork for the haunted house's future spectral workforce. And the more features the app rolled out, the deeper he fell into it. With that first function figured out, Chen Ge turned to inspect his second reward, Yin-Yang Vision. Rewards from nightmare missions were supposed to grant personal upgrades. Chen Ge squinted into the distance, but aside from slightly improved night vision, this so-called Yin-Yang Vision didn't seem all that special. Maybe it only activates under certain conditions, like morticians' makeup. He picked up a shard of mirror from the floor and held it to his face. Nothing unusual. His eyes looked exactly the same, no eerie glow, no sudden flashes of insight. According to the description, Yin-Yang Vision should let me see things normal people can't. But he lifted Xiao Xiao to eye level, peering at her through the mirror fragment. Still just a ragdoll. No extra aura, no spectral shimmer, no secret form revealed. Am I using it wrong, or is there some specific trick to triggering it? After a few more failed attempts, Chen Ge gave up. Whatever trick there was to Yin-Yang Vision, it clearly wasn't something he'd stumble into by accident. He rolled his shoulders and stretched, trying to get the blood flowing again in his stiff limbs. Still inside the bathroom, he sat down and pulled out his phone to edit his latest video. I've suffered too damn much. If I don't share this with the world, I won't be able to look myself in the mirror tomorrow. He uploaded the uncut footage to the Supernatural forum. It was nearly 4 a.m., not exactly peak engagement hours, so Chen Ge wasn't expecting any responses. But the moment the video went live, a new comment popped up. Left arrow curving right. Hello. Is this a game to attract ghosts? Lying inside the bathroom at midnight will call out the spirits? Chen Ge glanced at the first comment and froze. It was from the forum moderator. He hesitated, then decided to flesh things out. He added the game's rules and a brief description beneath the video, then changed the title to, "Why would someone voluntarily drown himself in his bathtub at home?" 2 minutes later, the floodgates burst open. Chen Ge already had a decent following on the forum, and word traveled fast. So fast, in fact, that some users who'd been asleep were shaken awake by friends just to watch the new upload. Left arrow curving right. Lying inside a filled bathtub at 3:30 a.m. alone. Even with the lights on, I wouldn't dare do that. Left arrow curving right. This new video seems even more supernatural than the last one. Left arrow curving right. What the F***ck is that shadow squatting beside the bathtub? Left arrow curving right. Did you hear anything or see anything out of the ordinary under the water? Boss, please reply. Left arrow curving right. The bathroom holds the heaviest yin energy in any building, and the bathtub is a natural basin where that energy pools. In feng shui, we call this a wa. OP dares to play such a crazy game in a place like this. No wonder he stumbled across something dirty. Left arrow curving right. To linger on the line between life and death as night turns into day. Only a madman could come up with something like this. And only a madman would go through with it. A handful of replies were actually informative. Chen Ge skimmed them, but, just like before, he didn't respond. Instead, he logged out and turned his attention to editing the raw footage. He trimmed out the final moments of his struggle and tightened the footage into a neat 63-second cut. For short-form content, the rule was usually simple. The shorter, the sharper the shock. But this time, Chen Ge went against the grain. He uploaded the full 63-second video and titled it, 1 Minute Holding Breath Challenge. The moment it dropped, notifications pinged across his follower base. Some viewers commented before even watching the clip. Left arrow curving right breath holding challenge? No horror vid today? Left arrow curving right. What is this? Even a drinking challenge sounds more exciting. Left arrow curving right. Is this a new trend or something? I'm gonna try it too. Left arrow curving right. It's over. The host's out of ideas. Wait, what the F***ck was that thing lying beside the tub? Get the F***ck out of my phone. Chapter 45. Someone is trying to kill me. 1 minute after the video went live, Chen Ge's comment section exploded. Left arrow curving right. The shadow leaning against the tub at 0:56 is a special effect, right? It looks like it crawled out from underneath. Left arrow curving right. The guy swinging the cleavers is the host himself? Somebody get this man an Oscar. Left arrow curving right. If that black shadow had held on any longer, the host wouldn't be with us anymore. Left arrow curving right. F***CK this HD. I was holding my breath as the video started, and then that thing popped up. Left arrow curving right. Run while you still can. This host only posts ghost videos. Just run. Don't look back. Left arrow curving right. I stared at my phone for a full minute and realized I'm not sleeping tonight. Left arrow curving right. After your last video, I didn't dare look in a mirror anymore. And after this one, I won't even take a bath alone. Heartless host. Take this pile driver. Chen Ge was genuinely pleased with the reception, especially considering it was 4 a.m. Feeling the love radiating from his fans, he decided all the late nights and frayed nerves were worth it. Before closing the app, he made sure to slip in a quick advertisement for his haunted house. The fans didn't miss a beat. Left arrow curving right. Coming soon with some local delicacies. One messaged. Others chimed in with promises to visit in person. Buying tickets and bringing gifts. Visitors today are unusually sweet. After exiting the app, Chen Ge felt significantly better. He stretched lazily and stepped out of the murder by midnight scenario, hugging all 5 dolls tightly to his chest. The long night finally gave way to dawn. Outside the haunted house, the sky began to lighten. Chen Ge retrieved several wooden planks from the props room and nailed them across the entrance and the trapdoor that led into the murder by midnight set. Until he dealt with the mirror monster, that scenario was strictly off limits. 20 yuan per ticket, and the room fits 7 people at once. If I run it in 15-minute intervals, that's 560 renminbi an hour. Multiply that by 8 hours a day, more than 4,000 renminbi. The math made his heart clench. The thought twisted in Chen Ge's chest like a knife, but he wasn't blinded by greed. Safety first. There'd be more money to earn once future scenarios were unlocked. After sealing off the area, Chen Ge returned to the staff break room. He set the dolls down beside his bed and changed into his running gear. The trial mission had made one thing painfully clear: if it weren't for his occasional training, he'd be 6 feet under by now. Su Wan showed up for work around 8:40 a.m., only to find her boss dripping with sweat around the corner. She blinked, visibly stunned. In her mind, Chen Ge was many things, but fitness enthusiast wasn't one of them. The gate of the haunted house creaked open, signaling the start of a new workday. Chen Ge and Su Wan took their positions, ready for operation. By 9 a.m., visitors had begun trickling into New Century Park, but the haunted house remained eerily quiet, the most deserted corner of the entire attraction ground. "Boss, what were you doing in the haunted house last night?" Su Wan asked, frowning. "Why are there puddles of water everywhere?" "I was mopping the floor," Chen Ge said without missing a beat, tossing out the excuse like a used tissue. Then he added, "Also, when you're playing a ghost, stay far away from any mirrors." "Why?" Chen Ge opened his mouth to explain, but his words caught in his throat. Uncle Su, the park manager, was striding toward them, and he didn't look pleased. "Uncle Su, is there a problem?" Chen Ge removed his ear mic, already sensing trouble from the man's expression. "You're getting weirder by the day," Uncle Su said, giving Chen Ge a full once-over. "Just now, the folks from the canteen came to me complaining their cleavers had gone missing. At first, I wondered what kind of thief would steal only 2 cleavers. Then I checked the surveillance footage." He paused, raising an eyebrow. "I've got one question. Why the hell weren't you asleep last night? Instead, you sneak into the canteen, steal 2 cleavers, and then run around waving them like it's a game. You having fun or what?" That was when Chen Ge remembered. The cleavers he'd borrowed were still sitting in the bathtub. "I just helped the police solve an open case, remember? But one of the killers is still out there, So, the cleavers are for self-defense. Don't worry, I'll buy the canteen new ones tomorrow. Chen Ge didn't dare return the old cleavers. He had no idea whether blades that had touched a ghost could, or should, ever be used for cooking again. Uncle Su narrowed his eyes. You're getting harder and harder to figure out. Be honest with me, kid. Are you mixed up in some kind of illegal dealings behind my back? Chen Ge gave a half laugh. Illegal dealings? With 2 cleavers. Come on, Uncle Su. I'm not doing anything criminal. Promise. Uncle Su didn't look fully convinced, but the park had just opened and there were bigger fires to put out. With a sigh, he stepped in closer and pulled a tightly wrapped plastic case from his pocket. Here's 5,000. If you run into trouble, come to me. Uncle Su, thank you so much. I'll pay you back this weekend. Just stop causing problems for me, that'll be repayment enough. Once Uncle Su walked off, Chen Ge tucked the cash inside his shirt. Leaning against the gate, he stared out over the park, already calculating how best to stretch the money. 5,000 should be just enough to install a few cameras. But the haunted house's interior was already packed to the rafters. If I want to unlock new scenarios, I'll need to expand. Renting out the underground parking lot wasn't a bad idea, assuming the park management didn't try to bleed him dry. Chen Ge rubbed his temples. The growing list of problems was turning into a migraine. Biggest issue? I'm broke. And that reward money still hasn't landed. Should I try pushing them on it? He glanced toward the police station. Just as his eyes swept past one shadowed corner, he froze. His pupils narrowed. A lone man stood in the distance, wearing a cap pulled low and a long-sleeved shirt with both hands buried deep in his pockets. He wandered aimlessly between the attractions, like he was trying to decide where to go, but not really trying. That guy looks so familiar. Thanks to his yin-yang vision, Chen Ge could see more clearly, and more deeply, than most. The man probably had no idea he'd already been spotted. Should I go stop him? But before Chen Ge could make a move, a group of visitors approached, eager to tour the haunted house. Duty called, and the suspicious stranger slipped from his thoughts. Hours later, as Chen Ge and Su Wan were about to take their lunch break, he saw the man again, loitering near the haunted house. He stayed clear of the place all morning. But now, just as Xiao Wan and I are about to leave, he shows up? What is he planning? Chen Ge had Su Wan head out first. He doubled back into the haunted house. The moment the visitor saw him return, he pivoted and left the park, without so much as a glance over his shoulder. Where have I seen him before? Chen Ge's eyelid twitched. A bad omen. Skipping lunch entirely, he made his way to the park's security center. With the guard's permission, he pulled the surveillance footage and began scanning for the suspicious man. It didn't take long to notice. The guy was deliberately avoiding every camera. From the moment he entered to the moment he left, his hands never left his pockets. Even when he stopped to smoke, he lit the cigarette with just one hand, keeping it dangling from his lips. But the biggest red flag. After paying for park entry, he only rode one attraction, the Ferris wheel. 3 times. In a row. No doubt about it. This guy's up to something. Chapter 46. Suspect. Chen Ge's fingers slowly tightened as he pieced together the man's bizarre behavior. Without a word, he pulled out his phone and dialed Inspector Li's number at the Western Zhejiang City Police Station. He was still standing in the cramped security office, eyes on the screen. The phone rang twice. "Hello," came Inspector Li's gravelly voice. "Uncle San Bao, I need to report something to the police. 1. You'll need to call 110 for that. 2. My name is Inspector Li. I found the last fugitive from Ping An Apartments. He's at New Century Park." There was a beat of silence. Then, Inspector Li's voice sharpened. "You sure?" "Yes, I'm sure. But don't show up in a police car, you'll spook him and he'll bolt. Be there in 15 minutes. After ending the call, Chen Ge kept the phone in his hand, eyes fixed on the surveillance footage. The tension in the room shifted. Even the guards sensed something was off. One of them quickly reached for the landline to call Uncle Sue. A few minutes later, the door swung open. "What's going on?" Uncle Sue barged in, still sipping from his water bottle. "Can I not have my lunch in peace? Xiao Chen, why are you here and not at your haunted house?" He gave the monitors a passing glance, then noticed the phone in Chen Ge's hand. His tone sharpened. "Who were you on the phone with?" "The police." Chen Ge didn't bother looking at him. His gaze bounced between the many screens like a predator tracking prey. "They'll be here in another 15 minutes. Police. Why didn't you discuss this with me first?" Uncle Sue's voice jumped an octave. "The park management has its own way of dealing with robberies, natural disasters." "Uncle Sue." Chen Ge turned, cutting him off mid-rant. His voice was level, almost eerily so, given what he said next. "Someone is trying to kill me." The air in the security room shifted. Silence dropped like a curtain, and all the guards snapped their heads toward him. "Chen Ge, have you lost it from spending too much time in that haunted house?" Uncle Sue dropped the nickname, Xiao Chen, opting instead for his full name, something he only did when things got serious. "What kind of nonsense is this in broad daylight?" "I helped the police solve the arson case at Ping An Apartments," Chen Ge said flatly. "But one of the murderers is still out there." Uncle Sue's expression darkened as the implications clicked into place. "You're saying that person? He's in the park now? And he's here for revenge?" "I thought he'd flee the city to lay low," Chen Ge said, pointing at the screen. "But who would have guessed the man had the guts to stick around?" He gestured toward the surveillance footage. "That visitor's acting way too suspicious. Look, his cap's pulled down low to hide his face. It's not even cold today, but he's wearing long sleeves, and he's kept both hands stuffed in his pockets the entire time. Even when he smoked or drank water, he only used his right hand. His left never left the pocket." Uncle Sue squinted at the monitor. "Maybe, but that's hardly proof. Could just be his personal quirks, no?" Still holding his water bottle, he moved across the room and quietly shut the security door. "The fugitive's name is Zhong Peng. His build matches the man on screen exactly. But the key detail, he's got a peony tattoo on the back of his left hand." "Peony. The flower of good fortune," Chen Ge said with a grim edge. "He's a down-on-his-luck gambler who lost everything. So he kept his left hand hidden, because showing it would reveal the tattoo?" Uncle Sue was starting to come around. "Or maybe, I don't know, maybe he's got some weird skin condition he's embarrassed about." "I've got more than that." Chen Ge tapped a key and brought up another segment of footage. When he got into the park, he only visited one attraction, the Ferris wheel. Rode it 3 times in a row. "You know what that tells us?" Uncle Sue blinked. "What does that tell us?" He was clearly struggling to keep up. "The Ferris wheel gives the best vantage point in the entire park," Chen Ge said, slowing down the footage. He was scoping out an escape route. He paused the video, pointing to a timestamp. "When Xiao Wan and I left the haunted house to head to the canteen, I spotted him sneaking toward it. Look here, he'd been lurking around the haunted house all morning, but he never got close. Not until he confirmed we were both gone. That's not how a normal visitor behaves." Uncle Sue nodded, now visibly convinced. "You're right. But why would he only go near the haunted house when no one's around?" Chen Ge tapped his fingers against the table, steady and deliberate. "If I were in his shoes, planning to kill the owner of a haunted house, I'd start by staking the place out, learning the layout. Maybe even hide inside during operating hours. Wait until the place shuts down for maintenance. Then I'd strike, catch my target off guard." He leaned back slightly, voice low and cold. "And honestly, a haunted house is the perfect place to stash a body. If the blood's cleaned up right, no one would even notice until the next day, if at all." A chill crawled down Uncle Sue's spine. He could already picture it, Dim corridors, a body hidden behind a prop, the sick illusion of normalcy. Now that you mention it, he muttered, unsettled. That's genuinely terrifying. The scariest part. Chen Ge's eyes narrowed as he exhaled slowly. It almost happened. His fists, which had been clenched without him noticing, finally eased open. Luckily, he acted too impulsively. And with everything weird that's been happening lately, my senses have been on high alert. That's the only reason I caught him in time. Then where is he now? Uncle Sue's tone shifted, no longer skeptical, but urgent. Should I alert the other visitors? He already left the park once he realized he'd been spotted, Chen Ge replied. At the time, I hadn't reviewed the footage yet. I wasn't fully sure of my suspicion, so I let him go. You did the right thing. Uncle Sue nodded solemnly. If he'd snapped while still inside, it could have turned into chaos. He took a long sip from his water bottle, then turned to the guards. Make sure you cooperate with the police when they arrive. 10 minutes later, the door to the security room swung open. 3 men in plain clothes strode in with practiced urgency. Leading them was Li Sanbao. Where's Chen Ge? Show me the surveillance footage. With help from the guards, Inspector Li reviewed the video, comparing the suspect's image to the police station's database. After a tense minute of silence, the match was confirmed. It was him. Kid, you've done society another great service. Li clapped Chen Ge hard on the back, then pulled out his phone to call the station and file the report. After a brief discussion over the line, the next steps were clear. They would split into 2 teams, one to launch a covert investigation, the other to quietly surround New Century Park and monitor from a distance. Zhong Pang is extremely dangerous, Inspector Li said grimly. You need to be careful, he's targeting you. Odds are high he'll come back. I suggest you stay away from the haunted house for now. The statement left the room heavy with unease. The guards exchanged uneasy glances. But Chen Ge remained eerily calm. If I'm not there, Xiao Wan won't be able to keep the haunted house running on her own. And if I shut it down, Zhong Pang will know the jig is up. He'll bolt. Inspector Li frowned. You mean, you're planning to stay at the haunted house as bait? Chen Ge's lips curled into a cold, almost amused smirk. Don't worry. If he dares to step into my haunted house, I guarantee he won't be walking out. Chapter 47. I'm an emotionless killer. I'm afraid I cannot agree to that. Inspector Li shook his head. Capturing a fugitive is the police's responsibility. How can we allow you to take this unnecessary risk? Staying behind at the haunted house is just to create a false impression. Make Zhong Pang think he hasn't been exposed. That way, he'll go through with his plan to come after me. When he returns to the park, you'll be in position to detain him, Chen Ge said, his voice low with measured calm. If we fail to catch him this time, I'll have to spend the rest of my life looking over my shoulder. He could strike at any moment. In any case, the actual plan will have to be decided after we discuss it with the city's investigation team. The case at Ping and Apartments is their jurisdiction. We at the Western Station are only providing assistance, but I'll relay your request to them. Inspector Li packed up his laptop and made a call before leaving the security room with the 2 other officers. Uncle Sue wandered over once the police were gone, his worry etched deep into his weathered face. Xiaoqin, I think you should listen to the police. Go find somewhere else to stay for a few days, anywhere but the haunted house. Hiding from the problem won't solve anything, Chen Ge replied, his tone steady but not unkind. But I appreciate the concern, Uncle Sue. After giving the surveillance monitors one last glance, Chen Ge turned and headed back into the haunted house. Su Wan was leaning against the gate when she spotted Chen Ge approaching from the security office. She pointed toward a boxed meal on the table. Boss, today's menu is stir-fried green chili with pork and rice. When the canteen auntie wasn't looking, I snuck in an extra scoop of meat for you. Chen Ge nodded in thanks. He glanced at her, grateful, maybe even touched, but chose not to say anything about Zhong Pang. Some truths were best left unspoken. He devoured the rice in large, quick bites, then slipped into his routine for the afternoon. Su Wan took a place inside the Ming Hun scenario, dressed as one of the ghosts, while Chen Ge remained stationed at the entrance, selling tickets like any other day. His posture was relaxed, but his eyes, sharp, calculating, swept over every corner of the park. Zhong Peng's appearance could be either a curse or a blessing, depending on how I use him. After completing several missions using the black phone, Chen Ge's logic had sharpened dramatically, and his stress threshold had leveled up like something out of a survival horror game. There's a mirror monster hiding inside the haunted house right now. The thing can move freely between the mirror world and reality. In other words, if there's a mirror nearby, it's basically invincible. He sold tickets mechanically, the motions automatic, while his mind spun in overdrive, sorting through grim details. The attacks on He San and He Feng had followed the same pattern. According to He Feng's account, the monster's intent was to possess its victim, swap out their consciousness like changing clothes. The why was still a mystery, but there was one theory worth considering. If the monster takes over a person's body, does that mean it gets stuck in there, at least temporarily? Chen Ge had uncovered the phenomenon during his conversation with He Feng, but there was no way to test the theory without flirting with disaster. He'd nearly shelved the idea altogether, until Zhong Pang showed up on the surveillance feed that morning. The moment he confirmed it was Zhong Pang, the plan clicked into place. He would use Zhong Pang as bait. The goal was simple: lure him into the haunted house and manipulate the situation so the mirror monster would possess him instead. Two birds. One grotesque, high-stakes stone. That was the real reason Chen Ge had insisted on staying at the haunted house. This is the plan. It's dangerous, but if it works, I'll eliminate two threats in one move. At 5 p.m., Chen Ge called Su Wan out and told her to head home early. Once she was gone, he slipped back into the haunted house to prep for Zhong Peng's arrival. By 5:30, Inspector Li called to report that the police had established a perimeter around New Century Park. If Zhong Peng showed up, escape wouldn't be an option. After dinner, Chen Ge hauled Dr. Skullcracker's outfit and signature hammer to the main control room. He locked the door behind him and took his seat in front of the monitors. If everything went according to plan, he'd be spending the entire night in that room. There are definitely too few cameras. Too many blind spots. I can't afford to let my guard down. The sun dipped below the horizon, and with it went the last traces of warmth and normalcy. As night swallowed New Century Park, an eerie stillness settled over the grounds. Too quiet, too hollow. Chen Ge wrapped himself in the Dr. Skullcracker outfit, using it more as a shroud than a disguise, and sank back into his chair in the control room. By midnight, the wrong kind of guests had arrived. And the right ones? Still missing. Just like the night before, the rhythmic, nauseating soaring echoed from the murder by midnight scenario. Is the creature taunting me? Chen Ge peeled off the outfit and walked to the door, half tempted to go confront it. I'll let it be for now. He clipped his earpiece back on, then clutched the doll his parents had left him, pressed it tight against his chest, and returned to the surveillance monitors. Around 1 a.m., just as fatigue began to dull his edge, movement flickered on one of the screens. The bathroom door rattled. Someone's there? Chen Ge leaned closer to the monitor, suddenly wide awake. Moments later, the bathroom door creaked open a sliver. A lanky man slipped through the gap, a 20-centimeter boning knife glinting in his hand. That bathroom. It's where I did my first nightmare mission. The window leads outside. He probably set up some kind of stepping stone earlier and tampered with the lock. Chen Ge watched the feed with cold precision. The door to the control room remained shut and bolted. Its location was well concealed. Anyone unfamiliar with the haunted house layout wouldn't stumble upon it easily. On screen, Zhong Pang crept down the corridor, knife in one hand, phone in the other. He moved slowly, carefully sidestepping scattered props and unpredictable debris, completely unaware that his every step was being observed. After 15 tense minutes navigating the haunted obstacle course, Zhong Pang finally reached the staff break room. He froze at the threshold. His chest heaved, the rise and fall erratic. The hand gripping the knife trembled. He reached out to the door more than once, but each time, his fingers stopped just shy of the knob, as if the air itself were trying to hold him back. He was trapped in a private war, 1 foot in and 1 foot out of whatever dark decision he'd made to get this far. After about 20 seconds of mental struggle, he snapped. Unaware of the camera fixed directly on him, he raised the knife in one hand and seized the doorknob with the other. With a sharp inhale, he twisted and lunged, bursting into the break room like a predator, a blur of desperation and steel. 1 minute later, Zhong Pang emerged from the break room, still gripping the knife. A smear of red glistened faintly on the blade. He'd apparently nicked himself. With a frustrated grunt, he switched the weapon to his other hand. His expression had shifted, more tense, more haunted. Whatever he'd expected to find in that room, it hadn't been there. He shot a glance at the stairwell, then picked up speed, disappearing deeper into the corridor. Watching from the monitors, Chen Ge saw exactly where he was headed. Straight for the control room. Chen Ge quickly messaged Inspector Li, then tightened his grip on Dr. Skullcracker's hammer and slipped behind the door, breath steady, muscles coiled. He was ready to spring a horror classic, The Scare from Behind the Door. But Zhong Pang didn't take the bait. He walked right past the control room without so much as a pause, vanishing into the workers' passageway. What is this man up to? Chen Ge frowned, baffled by his opponent's actions. He rushed back to the monitor just in time to see Zhong Pang wedging the knife beneath the wooden planks that sealed the trapdoor at the end of the passageway. One by one, the boards gave way under the blade's leverage. Without hesitation, Zhong Pang slipped through the opening and vanished below. Why is he heading into the murder by midnight scenario? Chen Ge yanked off his earpiece, eyes widening. There've been sawing sounds coming from that scenario all night. Does he think I'm the one down there, sawing something apart? Chapter 48. Please let me go. Chen Ge's features twisted as Zhong Peng's vicious, obstinate glare flickered through his mind. 2 demons locked in combat? The soaring from the murder by midnight scenario hadn't stopped with Zhong Peng's entrance. Apparently, even the mirror monster hadn't expected someone to charge in so blindly, so recklessly. I can't play it safe anymore. I need to see the mirror monster take over Zhong Pang with my own eyes before I can sleep at night. Glancing at the surveillance feed to locate Zhong Pang, Chen Ge yanked the chains from the Dr. Skullcracker outfit, letting them clatter to the floor. He pulled on the gruesome uniform and slipped the skin mask over his face. Gripping the iron hammer, he gave it 2 testing swings. A wicked, unsettling energy radiated from him. How did I end up looking more like the villain here? After grabbing his keys and phone, Chen Ge stuffed the dolls into his pocket, tightened his grip on the bizarrely designed hammer, and stepped out of the control room. A few moments earlier, trapped inside the murder by midnight scenario, Zhong Pang felt the knife in his hand grow heavier with each step. He had prepared for this night for a long time, but no amount of planning could account for the unexpected. Accidents had already happened. It was just past 1 a.m., a time when most normal people would be sound asleep. Even night owls would be tucked into bed by now. His pulse had spiked when he first spotted the staff break room sign. It had taken a long, deliberate effort to calm the storm inside him. He'd given himself plenty of pep talks, summoning every drop of hatred and resentment he could muster, until he finally worked up the nerve to blast through the door. As it flew open, he lunged inside, slashing the knife at the bed in a fiendish frenzy. He was so caught up in the motion, he didn't even realize he'd cut himself. The blade dripped with blood, but the bed was empty. The only stain on the ruined bedspread came from his own arm. Alongside the festering resentment, a new emotion took root, grievance, and it poured gasoline on his rage, drowning what little was left of his rational mind. Ruining Ping and apartments. Getting Wan Air thrown in jail. You despicable bastard. I swear I'll kill you if it's the last thing I do. The more Zhong Pang thought about it, the angrier he became. The relentless soaring from upstairs buzzed in his ears like flies. each grating scrape stoking his fury further. Clutching the knife tightly, he crept toward the sound. Every step was careful, calculated. He couldn't risk being discovered. I'm close. The sound's coming from this floor. He poked his head out from the stairwell. No flashlight, no glow. He moved in darkness, keeping his back to the wall as he slipped into the third-floor corridor. This haunted house is seriously creepy. These hallways are like a damn maze. After I kill him, I could dump the body in any random room, and no one would find it for at least 2 weeks. His lips twisted into a cruel smirk. The sound's coming from up ahead. But what the hell is that guy doing, soaring at this hour? Fixing props in the middle of the night? Zhong Pang crouched low, pulling his long sleeves over the wound to stem the bleeding. Crawling forward, he kept the knife extended in front of him like a compass pointed toward vengeance. At the far end of the third-floor corridor, near the scenario entrance, he spotted a vague, shadowy figure. It stood motionless in the doorway, clutching something in its hand, scratching at the door in slow, deliberate strokes. Weird. Why didn't he turn on the lights? It wasn't until he was nearly on top of it that Zhong Pang noticed something was off. But the thought barely registered. His mind was drowning in the fever of revenge. The air felt frozen, brittle. Raising the knife slowly over his shoulder, he coiled his body like a strung bow, then launched himself at the shadow. Go to hell. At full sprint, Zhong Pang, and the blade, crashed into the figure. A manic smile began to spread across his face, but it only lasted for a fraction of a second. The knife passed straight through the shadow. Momentum carried him forward, and he slammed face first into the door with a bone-rattling thud. His lower back nearly folded from the impact. What the F***CK? Zhong Pang couldn't process what had just happened. He scrambled to his feet, swinging the knife wildly in every direction. Where is he? Where the hell is he? As the adrenaline ebbed, something unfamiliar crept into his chest. Tight, cold, and gnawing. I swear I saw a black shadow standing here. My eyes weren't mistaken. Abandoning any pretense of stealth, he yanked out his phone and switched on the flashlight. The beam cut through the gloom, illuminating a door scarred with deep, jagged scratches. Shards of broken mirror glass were scattered across the floor. This was all left behind by that shadow. So I was right. Someone really was here. Then where the hell did he go? Zhong Pang shivered from head to toe. His rage had been extinguished completely, drowned beneath a rising tide of dread. The corridor, once just dim, now felt suffocating, unnaturally quiet and wrong. A man can't just vanish into thin air. Unless that wasn't a man at all. His Adam's apple bobbed. The faint light from his phone offered no comfort. If anything, it made things worse. The shadows it couldn't reach suddenly felt alive, like monsters crouched just beyond its glow. The owner of this haunted house. He's not alive. This place is actually haunted. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Even the hand clutching the knife was slick with fear. Thoughts of revenge, of murder, gone. He bolted down the corridor, desperate to escape this cursed nightmare. In his frantic rush to escape, Zhong Pang didn't notice that the staircase door was ajar, angled differently than he'd left it. Revenge can wait. I'll plan again after I'm out of this godforsaken place. Clutching his bleeding arm, he leapt into the stairwell, only for a shadow to dart out from behind the door and strike. Bang! The crack of bone was sharp, echoing off the concrete. Zhong Pang clutched his right arm, now useless, as his mind blanked under the shock. Sorry. I missed, Chen Ge said, stepping casually from the shadows. The grotesque skin mask contorted as his lips moved, morphing with a grotesque array of expressions. I was aiming for your shoulder blade. His tone was disturbingly neutral, like he was commenting on the weather. Zhong Pang couldn't breathe. Looking at Chen Ge, surrounded by creeping shadows and wearing that horrifying mask, he felt his lungs constrict. Jesus, Buddha, Allah, someone please help me. Zhong Pang tried to resist, but the moment his eyes locked onto the 40-centimeter-long hammer in Chen Ge's hands, His limbs froze in open mutiny. That thing's covered in blood. And the handle's shaped like a human spine. Are you that desperate for people to know you're a psycho killer? Chen Ge didn't give him a chance to recover. Lifting the hammer with practiced ease, he swung it down toward Zhong Peng's leg. He needed someone completely broken, defenseless, to become the vessel for the mirror monster. Bang! The stairwell bars bent under the hammer's impact. Zhong Peng narrowly dodged the blow, stumbling back at the last second. One arm was bleeding, the other useless. And now, even the will to fight had abandoned him. His knife clattered to the floor as he turned and fled down the stairs. You dare visit my haunted house with that little courage? Gripping the iron hammer, Chen Ge took off in pursuit, the two of them descending together toward the first floor. Chapter 49. Xiao Chen, are you hurt? Zhong Peng shot out of the workers' passageway like a bullet, blind as one, too. The layout of the haunted house was a labyrinth of shadows and blind corners. After several minutes of stumbling through the dim maze, he realized with a sinking heart that he was hopelessly lost. Why are you stopping? Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. I just want to do a small experiment on you. Chen Ge's voice echoed unervingly through the gloom. With both hands gripping the iron hammer, he followed at a deliberate pace, calmly herding his prey toward a dead end. Not going to harm me? The moment we met, you cracked my arm. That's what you call not going to harm me. Zhong Peng had lost his only weapon. His left arm was bleeding freely. His right hung uselessly from his shoulder like overcooked noodles. In that moment, he felt utterly wronged. And absurdly, the thought of calling the police for help flickered through his mind. Listen to my advice. Stop struggling and follow my orders, or you might need a wheelchair for the rest of your life. Chen Ge's voice was calm but edged with menace as he approached, hammer in hand. There wasn't a drop of pity in him. Zhong Peng had come to kill him. If Chen Ge hadn't acted first, he'd be cooling on a slab by now. Boss, does that sound like what a victim would say? I must have been jinxed. Zhong Peng was completely defenseless, so he took off down whatever open path presented itself. That pair of legs sure know how to run. Chen Ge kept up the pursuit, hammer in hand. But just a few steps later, a familiar soaring noise buzzed in his ears, followed by a black shadow shooting out of the workers' passageway like a strike of darkness made flesh. The mirror monster must have figured things out by now. It knew this was the perfect opportunity. Zhong Peng, still racing blindly through the first floor, turned a corner and caught a glimpse of someone waving at him. Maybe he was too terrified of Chen Ge to think clearly, because without hesitation, he bolted straight toward the figure. Chen Ge, close on Zhong Peng's heels, caught sight of the figure, and a chill crept down his spine. The build matched Hefeng's almost exactly. It's the mirror monster. I want you to live, but you insist on dying. Now that's a real ghost. His warning went completely ignored. Zhong Peng, blindly trusting the figure, reached the end of the corridor and, under its silent guidance, slipped into the bathroom. The mirrors in the first-floor bathroom are still intact. If it's luring him in there, the thing's about to make its move. Chen Ge's nerves spiked. This was the moment everything hinged on. He sprinted to the bathroom door and twisted the knob, only to find it locked. The situation had spiraled out of control. The black shadow's sudden appearance had shattered Chen Ge's plan. It had gotten to Zhong Peng first, captured him before Chen Ge could do anything. Ah! A blood-curdling scream tore through the bathroom door, followed by the chaotic crash of objects hitting the floor. Zhong Peng had clearly stumbled into something far worse than Chen Ge. What's going on in there? Chen Ge raised the hammer and brought it down hard on the doorknob. It clattered to the ground, but the door didn't budge. Someone, or something, had barricaded it from the inside with a cupboard. Cut off from whatever was happening on the other side, Chen Ge's pulse surged. He swung again. Bang! 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 The hammering echoed loud enough to reach beyond the haunted house's walls. Chen Ge had drained most of his strength by the time the hollow wooden door finally gave way. The cupboard behind it began to shift, revealing a narrow gap, barely half a palm wide. Peering through the sliver of an opening, Chen Ge saw that the black cloth covering the mirror had slipped to the floor. Zhang Peng stood before the glass, eyes vacant, unfocused. But that wasn't the worst part. A large black shadow loomed between him and the mirror. The shadow was changing, morphing, slowly reshaping itself until it looked almost exactly like Zhang Peng. Then, with uncanny precision, it took a single step backward, letting half its body melt into the mirror. And that's when things got truly strange. Zhang Peng, dazed and unblinking, walked toward the mirror. He pressed his face against the cold surface. Slowly, disturbingly, his body and the black shadow began to fuse, one bleeding into the other. About 4 seconds later, a twisted grin curled across Zhang Peng's otherwise blank expression. He turned slowly, deliberately, and locked eyes with Chen Ge through the narrow opening in the door. Then, with eerie calm, he dragged a smear of fresh blood from his arm and began to write something across the surface of the mirror. A beat later, 1, maybe 2 seconds, something shifted. Awareness flickered back into Zhang Peng's eyes. He gave a violent shudder, then bolted, leaping out the bathroom window and fleeing the haunted house. Did the mirror monster escape into Zhang Peng's body? But why such deep resentment toward me? Is it because I've ruined its plans one too many times? The mirror monster had gone after both He San and He Feng. Both times, its attempts had been cut short by outside interference. That was likely the reason it now carried such venomous resentment toward the haunted house's owner, Chen Ge. The bathroom door remained blocked and wouldn't be opening anytime soon. Chen Ge spun on his heel and sprinted toward the front entrance. Before he could get far, a familiar voice called out from beyond the shadows. Chen Ge, hang in there. We're coming to get you. A heavy bang followed, and the haunted house's front gate crashed off its hinges. Several officers stormed in, weapons drawn, flashlights blazing. The moment he saw them, Chen Ge dropped the iron hammer, peeled off his costume, and yanked off his mask. Footsteps echoed through the corridor like distant thunder. Inspector Li was the first to emerge from the darkness. Spotting Chen Ge standing alone amid the gloom, he rushed forward, concern etched across his face. Xiao Qin, are you hurt? Chen Ge leaned into the act, staggering back a step and pressing a hand dramatically to his chest. I was shocked, but I wasn't hurt. Leave me be. Go after Zhang Peng. I saw him jump out the bathroom window. Okay, leave the rest to us. Thank you for your help tonight. Don't mention it. To be able to assist law enforcement is my honor. What's a little risk or sacrifice? But you'd better not act so rashly again in the future. Just look at how dangerous things got tonight. Inspector Li's eyes gleamed with admiration, even as his tone tried to scold. He dispatched his officers to chase after Zhang Peng but remained behind with Chen Ge to examine the scene inside the haunted house. He headed into the staff break room first. The moment his flashlight caught the blood on the bed, he turned to Chen Ge, his expression tightening with concern. Xiao Qin, you're injured? Let me see. That isn't mine. Chen Ge hesitated, unsure how to explain. The room was dark. The suspect probably injured himself by accident. Inspector Li nodded thoughtfully. He directed the beam of his flashlight over the bed frame and the torn bedsheet. His face darkened as he counted the slash marks. You're not wrong. A man without knife training might easily cut himself when panicked or under stress. He counted the visible slashes and nodded grimly. 17 in total. This is more than enough to charge him with attempted murder. This is solid proof. Chen Ge stared at the gouged bed frame, a chill crawling up his arms. Inspector Li slipped on a pair of gloves and motioned for Chen Ge to step aside. Don't touch anything in here. Forensics will be in shortly to photograph everything for evidence. Of course. I'll provide my full cooperation. Chen Ge quietly backed out of the room and made his way to where he'd stashed the iron mallet. After tucking it back into its hiding spot, he returned to the first-floor bathroom and stood before the shattered door. If I'm not mistaken, Zhong Peng wrote something on that mirror, didn't he? Chapter 50M. Meaning of the number. After adjusting his position, Chen Ge finally made out the blood-stained message scrawled across the mirror, another Arabic numeral, 2. The number itself wasn't inherently frightening, but the fact that it was written in blood? That gave it just the right kind of ugly edge. What does this number mean? He wondered. After that shadow disappeared last night, I saw a 3 on the broken mirror. Now it's a 2. Is there a connection? Why is it counting down? At a loss, Chen Ge stared at the drying smear, leaning against the doorframe, frowning in thought. The mirror monster's already taken over Zhong Peng's body, so why leave a message? Unless it plans to come back. For revenge. Chen Ge turned the thought over in his mind, but he couldn't confirm anything. He knew far too little about the mirror monster or the world it came from. Suppose the number keeps dropping. What happens when it hits 0? A heavy dread crept into his chest as he paced the threshold of the bathroom. Could the number be tied to my life? When it hits 0, am I just gone? One of those cliché horror endings where the protagonist runs out of time and gets axed by the supernatural? He shook the thought away before it could spiral. No use panicking. I'll wait and see what shows up tomorrow night. If another number appears, anywhere inside or near the haunted house, then I'll decide what to do. Chen Ge let out a deep sigh. All he ever wanted was to keep the haunted house his parents left him alive, and maybe if he could swing it, make it better. But of course, reality had other plans. Unwelcome, blood-soaked, and spitefully timed plans. When he returned to the staff break room, several police cars had pulled up outside. The city's investigation team had arrived to question him and snap photos of the crime scene before heading out to join the search for Zhong Peng. Inspector Li stuck close to Chen Ge's side, but even as the sun crept over the horizon, there was still no word on Zhong Peng's capture. Still, Inspector Li assured him, repeatedly, that with the state Zhong Peng was in, it was only a matter of time. He'd be found within 24 hours. Honestly, Chen Ge wasn't all that worried about Zhong Peng. What gnawed at him was the number 2, the one the mirror monster had left behind. Inspector Li, misreading the silence as shock, tried his best to offer comforting words before he and the other officers cleared out at daybreak. Chen Ge was alone again in the haunted house. He opened a window, letting the morning draft brush his face like a passing ghost. I'm the owner of a haunted house, the so-called lord of ghosts and spirits, so why do I feel so damn pitiful? Sunlight poured in, pale and indifferent. A rag doll on the bed shifted with the wind, then flopped unceremoniously to the floor beneath it. Chen Ge picked up the rag doll and gave its plush belly a poke. The only specter who actually listens to me only knows how to act cute. In a real fight, I'd probably end up having to protect you. The rag doll gave a wiggle of protest, clearly displeased with his evaluation, but powerless to do anything about it. Both nightmare missions gave me support skills. Useful for developing the haunted house, sure. But for me personally, not much of a lifeline. Chen Ge still had no idea what the numbers meant, but one thing was certain. He wasn't going to let himself be jerked around by some cryptic, supernatural countdown. Chen Ge pulled out the black phone and scrolled through the app for what felt like forever. Eventually, he landed on the only real trump card he had left. The red specter, Zhong Ye. Terrifying, unpredictable, and definitely not someone you'd want to catch staring at you in a dark room. She'd helped him once before, back at the wooden hut behind Ping and Apartments. Warned him about Wang Qi. Technically, she'd saved his life. But during the nightmare mission, when the mirror monster tried to drown him in the bathtub, she hadn't shown. Not even a flicker. So much for loyalty. Guess my life's more of a side hobby to her. If I can complete her bloody heart mission, he thought, I might be able to ask her for help. Something within her bounds. Nothing against her will. Maybe she'll help me face whatever this countdown is leading to. Chen Ge tapped on Zhong Ye's name, and even the nerves he'd built up over a lifetime of ghost chasing started to fray. The screen bled red. The interface looked like something straight out of a cursed dating sim. This lady likes me dead. What if her affection level spikes too fast, and she decides she can't wait to drag me into the afterlife? Not everyone could handle a specter's devotion. It came with complications. He exited the app, and instantly the air around him felt lighter, less suffocating. The bloody heart mission will be my last resort. If that number shows up again tonight, I'll have no choice but to complete it. With that unsettling plan settling into place, Chen Ge finally drifted back to sleep. Su Wan showed up for work around 8 a.m. Chen Ge left the haunted house in her capable hands and bolted out to buy surveillance cameras, funded by Uncle Su, bless him. He moved fast. The place had way too many blind spots. It was like begging for something supernatural to slither in and make itself at home. And conveniently, one of the Black Phone's daily missions required him to install cameras and security systems. Once the purchase was made, Chen Ge called in the workers that very afternoon to begin installation. He oversaw everything personally, hovering nearby while the crew, visibly rattled, mounted cameras throughout the haunted house. By the time they were done, the place was wrapped in a twitchy little web of surveillance, with barely a shadow left unwatched. He'd planned to buy a listening device, too, but his budget had other ideas. So he settled for the cheapest model and had it installed inside the Ming Hun scenario. At 7 p.m., once the final system checks were complete, Chen Ge received a mission success alert on the Black Phone. Congratulations for completing the easy mission. Reward earned, background music, wedding dress. Note: wedding dress is the perfect accompaniment to Ming Hun. The Ming Hun scenario's scream factor has been upgraded to 1 star. Chen Ge blinked at the message. The original scream factor for Ming Hun had only been 0.5 stars, but with the new track in place, it had doubled. Looks like this music's even more disturbing than Black Friday. Curious, and just a little reckless, Chen Ge played the new track. It was nothing like Black Friday. That one was a slow, insidious burn, like a force pulling the listener into some silent, endless abyss. Wedding Dress, on the other hand, was just plain unnerving. A jarring mashup of wedding processionals and funeral dirges, stitched together with something that sounded almost human, but definitely wasn't. From the very first note, Chen Ge's skin crawled. It's perfect for the Ming Hun scenario, he admitted, but if I listen to it too much, I might end up with some bonus trauma of my own. Unless someone actually shows up to challenge the haunted house. I'd better keep it to myself. Chen Ge saved Wedding Dress to his phone, then headed back up to the 3rd floor alone to start cleaning. He couldn't afford professional cleaners, so, armed with nothing but determination and a few dolls tucked into his pockets, he picked up every shard of broken mirror he could find. It was slow work, and by the time he was finished, midnight was creeping up fast. Phone in hand, Chen Ge paced between the bathroom and the staff break room. He checked every mirror he passed, eyes sharp and wary. Waiting. Watching. Bracing for whatever might come next. Chapter 51. The Choice. With dark circles etched beneath his eyes, Chen Ge stood before the mirror, hugging the dolls close. 1 more minute until midnight. The bathroom lights were off. He stared at his reflection, unblinking. Palms pressed against the sink, face mere inches from the glass. He refused to blink, afraid he might miss something. Every nerve was wired to the mirror. Seconds crept toward midnight, when out of nowhere his phone buzzed in his pocket. A call. Who the hell would call at this time? The sudden vibration jolted him. He fumbled the phone out. Inspector Lee lit up the screen. Has something happened? He answered quickly, lifting the phone to his ear. Uncle San Bao, do you have an update? On the other end of the line, Inspector Lee's voice came through, urgent and grim. Zhong Peng is still on the loose, but we've confirmed he's still somewhere in western Zhejiang. You need to be extremely careful. The man's not just dangerous, he's cunning. His thought process doesn't follow any recognizable pattern, and we can't rule out the chance that he'll come back for you. But didn't the police set up a perimeter around New Century Park yesterday? Chen Ge frowned. With injuries to both arms, there's no way he could have gotten far. From his point of view, Zhong Peng's capture had seemed inevitable. There was an unexpected development, Inspector Li said. I can't give you all the details yet, but here's what I can tell you. Last night, one of the officers who intercepted the suspect suffered some kind of trauma. He's in a deep coma now, under hospital care. What? Chen Ge's expression tightened. He was about to respond when something caught his eye. Just a flicker, a smear of red. A bloody Arabic numeral. One had appeared on the mirror. It hadn't been there before. But don't worry, Inspector Li went on, unaware. The police are closing in on him. Justice always prevails. Chen Ge barely heard the rest. His mind had already splintered away from the conversation. Slowly, he set the phone down and stared, hollow-eyed, at the mirror. When did this appear? The mirror monster was supposed to be gone, so why had the number reappeared? Chen Ge's mind raced back to what he'd witnessed the day before, half the creature's grotesque body spilling out of the mirror, and Zhong Peng stepping forward, unflinching, to merge with it. What does the number actually mean? Yesterday, it was 2. Today, it's 1. Does that mean it'll hit 0 tomorrow? His gaze darkened. The number had started dropping after Zhong Peng was possessed. It had changed again right after Inspector Li mentioned the comatose officer. Is this some kind of countdown? Does the mirror monster need 3 victims? The thought settled in his chest like ice. Whatever the number meant, Chen Ge knew one thing for certain. It was tied to innocent lives now. He couldn't afford to wait any longer. The mirror monster's getting stronger. Tomorrow night might be my last chance. He grabbed a filthy cloth and wiped the blood-red number from the glass. Playing it safe was no longer an option. After exchanging a few final words with Inspector Li, he ended the call and stepped into the props room, black phone in hand. A new day. That means the daily missions should be refreshed. Right now, his only hope lay in either the Red Spectre's Bloody Heart mission or the new Nightmare mission. Chen Ge opened the app and tapped into the daily mission interface. Easy mission. A normal haunted house experience should not create permanent trauma to its visitors. I hope you understand this simple theory. Please improve the haunted house's security by inspecting the security threats hidden around the haunted house. Normal mission. You've achieved the criteria to enable the first expansion of the haunted house. Do search for a suitable location soon. Due to space limitations, you are unable to perform any trial mission to unlock scenarios. Nightmare mission. There has always been a second occupant inside your room. Wouldn't you like to meet said person? Beware. The more difficult the mission, the more dangerous it'll be, so please choose carefully. Chen Ge scanned the list, but his gaze froze on the nightmare mission. The other person inside my room? Even just reading that made his skin crawl. Chen Ge understood the danger tied to the nightmare mission all too well. After a long pause, he backed out and navigated to the Red Spectre's page instead. Are you sure you want to accept Zhong Ye's Bloody Heart mission? Warning. This mission contains a certain level of danger. The app was polite, helpful, even, as it delivered the ominous prompt. Chen Ge rubbed his temples, caught in a tightening vice of indecision. Both missions carried risk, no doubt about that. But the nightmare mission came with randomized rewards, and odds were it'd only net him another support skill. The Bloody Heart mission, on the other hand. Zhong Ye has the title of Red Spectre, and her own dedicated page on the app. That kind of treatment wasn't given lightly. It meant she was powerful, probably several tiers above the mirror monster. With her help, I might actually survive this. After weighing it all out, Chen Ge grit his teeth and tapped the option for Zhong Ye's Bloody Heart mission. Are you sure you want to accept Zhong Ye's Bloody Heart mission? Yes. The crimson interface rippled, then began to peel away like wilting rose petals. A new message bloomed on screen. Andersen's Fairy Tales Volume 1, Book 3, Red Dancing Shoes. Once upon a time, there was a pair of ruby-red dancing shoes that could make the dancer who wore them light on her feet and perfect in her performance. However, none of the dancers dared to put them on, for they were enchanted shoes, ones that would force their wearer to keep dancing until they dropped dead from exhaustion. Please arrive at Western Jeojeong's private academy within 1 hour of accepting the mission and locate Zhong Ye's red dancing shoes before dawn. Warning, don't be late on your first date, or she'll be very unhappy. Chen Ge stared at the screen, unsure what emotion to reach for. The private academy had been shuttered years ago, officially due to unresolved issues. Unofficially, he'd heard plenty of spine-prickling rumors. My first date with a girl is at an abandoned school after midnight. Am I really this cursed in love? The mission gave him 1 hour to get to the private academy. Chen Ge did the mental math and realized he still had some time to spare. It's on this side of town, shouldn't take too long to get there. The real problem is going after midnight. He let out a breath. Screw it. I should at least take a bath. It's still a first date, after all. After a quick shower, Chen Ge changed into a clean set of clothes. He paused in front of the mirror to check his reflection. 50 minutes left. Why the hell am I suddenly nervous? Chapter 52. First date. After taking a few deep breaths and splashing cold water on his face, Chen Ge finally steadied himself. It's time to go. He retrieved the same backpack he'd used during his last outing, sliding in Zhong Ye's love letter, a power bank, and the tool mallet. This time, he slipped the penknife directly into his pocket. Lesson learned. The small doll left behind by his parents went into his shirt pocket, snug against his chest. With every item he packed, he looked a little more like a paranoid hoarder, but at least he felt safer. Once everything was in place, he locked up the haunted house and rushed out of New Century Park. The streets, slick with midnight silence, were nearly deserted at 12:15 a.m. He waited about 10 minutes before a cab finally pulled over. Sir, please get me to Western Jeojeong's private academy. I'm in a hurry, so please drive faster. No problem, get in. The driver was an easygoing middle-aged uncle with a cheerful vibe, the kind of man who found companionship in late-night talk radio and nostalgia. The cab speakers crackled softly with hit songs from the 90s, the upbeat melodies clashing with the unease brewing in Chen Ge's chest. Sliding into the back seat, Chen Ge took the moment of calm to pull out his phone and dig for anything related to his current mission. The first thing the black phone had mentioned when he accepted the Bloody Heart mission was Anderson's red dancing shoes. So that was where he began his search. He quickly found the original source, and after a few minutes of skimming, he felt a cold weight settle in his gut. The original plot wasn't much different from the black phone's version. It told the story of a young girl who was gifted a pair of striking red dancing shoes. She adored them, wore them everywhere, even to church. But her vanity came at a price. She was cursed to dance endlessly. Afraid. Helpless. Exhausted. In the end, she begged a woodman to chop off her legs. And then came the part that unsettled Chen Ge the most. Even severed, the legs danced off into the forest, still wearing the red shoes. Is this even a fairy tale? The eerie parallels spiked his nerves. His mission tonight? To search for Zhong Ye's red dancing shoes. When he'd won the cursed love letter, the black phone had included a brief description of Zhong Ye, a girl in a bloodied school uniform and red dancing shoes, seen at the moment of her death. So could the fairy tale be real? Were the red dancing shoes cursed? Impossible to take off once worn? A chill crawled up Chen Ge's spine. This mission wasn't like the others. This time he'd be facing a red specter, one who carried a bloody heart mission, the kind only issued by spirits drowning in hatred and grief. Looks like the key to tonight's mission is the red dancing shoes. He read through the fairy tale again, several times over. The moral stood out starkly beneath the gore and madness. Don't be vain. Stay humble. Always. Was there even a reason the black phone referenced that fairy tale at the start of the mission? Chen Ge couldn't figure it out. So he redirected his focus, diving into online searches about Western Jeojeong's private academy. The school had only operated for 2 years before abruptly closing, left to rot ever since. The internet offered the usual buffet of speculation. Some blamed a budget shortfall. Others griped about the exorbitant tuition fees. Chen Ge sifted through post after post, article after article. Not once did Zhang Ya's name appear, like she'd never been connected to the school at all. There has to be something more sinister about the closure than what's been speculated online. Chen Ge stared out the window as the streetlights slid by in reverse, blurring into streaks of gold against the dark. He narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. What kind of ending does a girl suffer to become a red specter? What drives that level of resentment? And how do the red dancing shoes fit into it all? Before he could follow the thought deeper, the radio's volume suddenly spiked. Startled, he turned toward the dashboard, only to find the driver uncle watching him through the rearview mirror. "What's on your mind, young man? You've got such a sad face." The driver was a textbook chatterbox. He tried to spark conversation the moment Chen Ge had climbed in, but Chen Ge had mostly tuned him out while scanning articles and folklore. "So much has changed in my life recently that I'm struggling to get my head around it. Feeling rather swamped at the moment." Chen Ge smiled politely as he slipped his phone into his pocket. "Slow and steady wins the race. I'm sure everything will work out in the end. If you're that stressed, do what I do, throw on some disco and dance it off. After a few shakes, life starts looking brighter." The driver bobbed along to the beat, fingers tapping the wheel in sync with the music. At least the man's optimistic, Chen Ge thought. "By the way, why are you heading to the private academy this late? That place is practically deserted. Not exactly prime date territory." Chen Ge hesitated, his mouth parting before he offered the only excuse he could think of. "Going on a date. A date? At this kind of ungodly hour?" The driver shot him a glance in the rearview, one brow raised. "It's true. I don't know how to explain it. The girl's a bit hard to please. She's got some unusual quirks." Chen Ge did his best to make it sound normal. Technically, it was a date. Sort of. And honestly, the idea that anyone, had invited him out stirred a faint, strange sense of pride. First time for everything. That's a good thing. "What are you worried about, huh? Afraid she won't like you?" The driver laughed. "Then again, who shows up to a date dressed like that? No offense, kid, but even guys got to know how to dress these days. That backpack. Total clash. Kills the whole vibe." The floodgates of the driver's mouth had burst wide open, and Chen Ge didn't even know how to respond anymore. A normal person going on a date would have been thrilled, excited, maybe even nervous in a good way. But his date felt more like coercion. A desperate attempt at survival, not romance. A gentleman mustn't be too forward. Don't start with random small talk like the weather. Compliment her. Be a good listener. First impressions are everything. As the driver launched into full-on dating coach mode, Chen Ge had half a mind to cue up wedding dress on his phone, if only to drown it all out and buy himself a few minutes of blessed silence. The taxi sped through the night, tires humming against asphalt as the world thinned around them. Fewer cars. Fewer buildings. Even the streetlights began to vanish, one by one, until darkness crept in like fog. Civilization gave way to trees, and the road dissolved into the forest's quiet, open moor. The driver glanced at the GPS, then back at Chen Ge. "You sure about this address? There's nothing down this road but an abandoned school." "Yeah, I'm sure. Just drop me off near the school." "How much?" 19. "Do you mind paying through WeChat? I just started my shift and don't have change yet." "No problem." As Chen Ge reached into his pocket for his phone, the penknife slipped out and landed softly on the seat beside him. The blade sat there, quiet and unassuming, yet enough to make the driver stiffen. He leaned forward just slightly, one hand lowering the volume on the radio. The other, almost too casually, used a pinky to press a button on the dash. Recording, Chen Ge thought. He noticed everything, but said nothing. All he could do was smile. The poor uncle probably thought he'd picked up some late-night burglar heading to a job. Transaction successful. Chen Ge slipped his phone away, then looked toward the front seat. "Uncle, you recording this to report to the police?" The driver, mid-sip from a bottle of water, coughed so violently he nearly choked. He waved his hands frantically in denial. "I can understand why you're doing that, but..." Chen Ge turned toward the silhouette of the school looming in the darkness beyond the windshield. "I'm really here for a date." Chapter 53. The chair is moving. The driver's face had gone pale, and he let out an awkward chuckle. Then, "Good luck to you." "Thank you. So, do you mind stopping the recording now?" Chen Ge offered a smile he hoped looked friendly. "It's just a misunderstanding." "Of course," the driver replied quickly, jabbing at a random button on the dashboard. The car rolled forward another 2 or 3 meters before the red light on his walkie-talkie blinked on. He tapped it once, but before he could speak, a rough, gravelly voice crackled through the speaker. "Lao Lu, you're also near Western Jiujiang's private academy? What the hell is going on tonight? I've got a passenger headed there too. We're not far." "Oh, and what's with that message you sent to the group? I am meld postage." "It's nothing. Just focus on your passenger." The driver wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly ended the call. "That was supposed to be I am held hostage, wasn't it? Uncle, didn't you say you trusted me?" Chen Ge raised an eyebrow. Worried the old man might still call the cops on him, he added, "You can drop me off right here." "Yes." The driver didn't hesitate. He pulled over so fast that Chen Ge caught the tremble in the man's legs as he braked. Chen Ge stepped out, checking the seat and floor to make sure he hadn't left anything behind. As he closed the door, his eyes drifted upward, to the digital sign on the taxi's roof. "I am being held hostage. Please call the police." "Uncle, you sure are creative." The taxi took off like it had sprouted wings, vanishing down the road in a blur of taillights and desperation. Within seconds, the world around Chen Ge fell into utter silence. A few hundred meters of lonely asphalt stretched around him, swallowed by a night so starless it looked bruised. Thick rain clouds hung low, suffocating the sky, smothering even the faintest trace of light. Chen Ge pulled out his phone and checked the time. 8 minutes to go until the designated hour. Just now, in the car, that voice on the walkie-talkie said he's also taking someone to the private academy. That person's arriving at 1 a.m. Is that about me? He reminded himself to stay sharp. If I wasn't on a countdown, I'd be hiding in the brush to see who's creeping up behind me. Only 8 minutes left. Chen Ge flexed his fingers. I'd better get a feel for the school's layout. I'll need every edge I can find. The area surrounding Western Jiujiang's private academy was nothing but desolate wasteland. No streetlights. Just a lonely road carving through thick forest and untamed shrubbery. Switching on the flashlight on his phone, Chen Ge followed the cracked pavement for another 100 meters until he reached the front gate. The iron bars and chains were fused together by rust, immovable even if he'd had a crowbar. Beyond them, only darkness stared back. How the hell do I get in? He circled the gate, thinking. Then he hurled his backpack over the top, took several steps back, and with a running leap, dug his fingers into the old brickwork and hauled himself over the outer wall. The school compound wasn't large. You could take in the whole place with a single glance. A few tall, shadowy structures loomed in the dark like silent sentinels. Whatever sign once marked the school's name had long since been torn down. Chen Ge didn't know what it used to be called. Like everyone else in the city, he only knew it as Western Jiujiang's private academy. The path ahead had been devoured by overgrown shrubbery. Every step forward brought fresh scratches to his legs, an odd mix of itch and sting that was more irritating than painful. I made it within the time limit. Now the mission begins. Find Zhong Ya's red dancing shoes. Chen Ge reached into his backpack and pulled out the mallet. The cold metal against his skin brought a strange comfort, like armor made of steel and superstition. Using the light from his phone as a guide, Chen Ge stepped deeper into the school grounds. He'd barely gone a few paces when a chill prickled the back of his neck. He froze, then cautiously backed up. Is it just me? Why does it feel like something's pushing me forward? And when I try to step back, it's like there's a wall behind me, something invisible, pressing in. He turned and shone his phone's beam over his shoulder. Nothing. No ghost, no shadowy figure, no twisted grin peering at him from the dark. Could she already be here? Standing behind me. And I just can't see her? A violent shiver ran down his spine. His grip on the mallet tightened as an unhelpful instinct rose. Swing now. Just in case. But he hesitated. What if it really is Zhongya? What if I hit her, and that's the thing that pisses her off? He was just a haunted house owner, no exorcist, no mystic, no backup. Out here in a deserted school, he was basically bait with a flashlight. The thought of accidentally enraging a red specter made him physically flinch. Either way, I need to move forward. Adjusting the weight of his backpack, Chen Ge stepped deeper into the grounds, phone in one hand, mallet in the other. The night seemed to grow heavier with every step, a breeze curling around him with a faint, misty drizzle trailing behind it. Most likely spots for the red dancing shoes. The girls' changing room in the dance studio, or Zhongya's old bedroom. Those two areas. Focus on them. Chen Ge moved toward the nearest building. The trees within the school grounds had warped into grotesque shapes, their limbs curling like they'd been twisted in agony. Waist-high wild grass brushed against his legs, and scattered across the compound were statues, most of them disturbingly human in form. The whole place radiated an eerie tension, like the setting of a bad dream you couldn't wake from. The girls' dormitory? It wasn't a tall structure, only 4 stories, but there was something undeniably unsettling about it. Maybe it was the long abandonment, maybe the way shadows clung to it like mildew. The front entrance was sealed with a thick metal chain looped through the glass doors. Chen Ge pressed his face to the glass for a better look. The corridor beyond was cloaked in darkness. The doors lining both sides were shut tight. But what truly caught his attention was the solitary chair, placed dead center in the hallway, facing away from the dorm room doors. A single chair, right in the middle of the corridor? Chen Ge narrowed his eyes. Is there some kind of meaning to that? He stepped back from the glass, studying the building more carefully. The main gate had been locked. The dorm entrance, chained tight. No scattered junk, no clutter in the corridor. Whoever shut this place down had taken the time to clean up first. So why leave that chair just sitting there? Coincidence? If it was placed there intentionally by the school, what was the purpose? And if it wasn't the school, if someone moved it after the place was sealed, then who the hell got inside? Chen Ge raised his phone and pointed the light through the glass door. The chair was about 5 meters inside, directly beneath a busted ceiling fixture. Frayed electrical wires dangled from the socket like dead vines. Broken light, exposed wiring, and a lone chair right underneath. Is it just me, or does that look suspiciously like a hanging scene? His heart began to thud in his chest. Heavy, arrhythmic, anxious. I'm probably just overthinking it. He glanced left, then right. The wind whispered through the overgrown trees, rustling the leaves in a slow, shivering chorus. The school at night had the kind of atmosphere that clung to your skin, and didn't let go. I can't freak myself out for no reason. Chen Ge took a steadying breath. Zhongya, the red specter. She's the scariest thing in this school, and I've got her love letter. Who's going to mess with me? Given the circumstances, it was the best comfort he could manage. Besides, this is just an affection mission. A special kind of date. Romantic, right? Nothing to be afraid of. He gave himself a half-hearted pep talk, then turned back toward the glass door, gripping the mallet tighter. He was just about to smash his way in, when something caught his eye. The chair. It wasn't under the broken light anymore. It had moved. Roughly a meter forward, closer to the door. What the hell? For the first time in his life, Chen Ge felt the kind of dread that didn't just crawl under your skin, it burrowed. What just happened? Chapter 54. Arts Activities Center. Staring at the wooden chair in the middle of the corridor, Chen Ge stood at the ready, gripping the mallet tightly. He waited 10 seconds. The chair didn't move. Is it because I'm watching it? He stepped forward, switched on his phone's recording function, and nestled it carefully between the chains on the door. Then he turned and walked back to the abandoned garden outside the building, settling in to wait. The school at midnight was unsettlingly quiet. No birds, no insects, not even the wind dared to stir. After about 3 minutes, Chen Ge returned to the dormitory. He'd braced himself for the worst. But when he reached the glass door, the chair was still there, sitting exactly 1 meter away from the broken hall light. Didn't move? What's going on? Chen Ge walked to the door and retrieved the phone from the chain. Scrubbing through the recording, he found nothing out of the ordinary. The chair sat motionless in the middle of the corridor, exactly where he'd left it. It only moves when it's around a living human? The moment the thought crossed his mind, a chill slid down his spine. He turned his head to glance down the corridor, and the chair had shifted 2 meters forward. It now stood disturbingly close to the glass door. It moved forward again? What does that mean? It only moves when I'm near. Does this mean it wants something from me? It would have been a lie to say he wasn't afraid. But Chen Ge's threshold for fear was far higher than most, so even now, he kept a clear head. The school is clearly haunted, but until I understand why, I should try my best to avoid these things. Chen Ge seriously considered smashing the glass door and charging in to beat the chair to splinters. But the building was full of blind spots, places where something worse than a chair could be lurking. He didn't like the odds. It wasn't the chair he was worried would snap. It was himself. Tonight's main mission is to locate that pair of red dancing shoes. As long as this weird stuff doesn't interfere with my progress, there's no reason to engage it. Chen Ge grabbed his phone and stepped back from the door. I'd better investigate other places first. I can always come back if I can't find the shoes. The mission's considered successful as long as I locate them before sunrise. There's still plenty of time. He committed the location of the girls' dormitory to memory, then retraced his steps back toward the school gate. Once there, he powered off his phone and squatted near the entrance, mallet resting in hand. Based on the time, the taxi behind me should have arrived already. So why is the road still so dark? A car's headlights would have lit up the night like a flare in a blackout, but Chen Ge waited a long time, and no light ever appeared on the road leading to the school. Could there have been an accident? The thought lingered. He knew better than to chalk it up to coincidence. Whoever had followed him to Western Zhejiang's private academy wasn't just sightseeing, they had their own agenda. They probably knew I'd wait at the gate, so they ditched the car and came the rest of the way on foot? If that's the case, then this is troublesome. Chen Ge hoped he was wrong. He already had more than enough to deal with. In any case, I need to pick up the pace. I've got 2 advantages. I got here first and scoped out the surroundings, and I've got Zhongya on my side. She wouldn't just stand by and let me get bullied on her own turf. Right? Maybe his eyes had finally adjusted to the darkness, or maybe it was the effect of the yin-yang vision, but everything looked less murky now. The shadows didn't cling quite as tightly. Those in the light opened themselves to being hunted by those in the dark. Chen Ge didn't turn his phone back on. Instead, he moved through the darkness toward another building. The tallest structure in the school was the education building, 5 stories high. Behind it lay an overgrown field, wild and untended. On the far side of that field stood another building, separated, secluded, and painted in faded red. The building stood out, cloaked in faded red paint. The education building's for classes, so the dancing shoes won't be there. Even less likely they'd be in the boys' dormitory. I'd better check out the red building instead. Chen Ge skirted the perimeter of the overgrown field until he reached the front door of the curious structure. It was as tall as the girls' dormitory but only about 2/3 the size. Up close, its strangeness became more apparent. A wooden sign stood planted before the entrance, with 2 conspicuous words painted in smeared red ink. No entry. What is the purpose of this building? Curiosity was human nature. And after reading the warning sign, Chen Ge's urge to go inside only intensified. Something must have happened here years ago. Maybe the red dancing shoes I'm looking for are inside. He stepped around the wooden sign and found the front door sealed shut with 2 heavy locks. I could break it down with the mallet, but that'd make too much noise. Might draw attention from whoever's been following me. Backing off from the entrance, Chen Ge circled around the edge of the building. That's when he spotted a window, severely weathered, with a large shard of glass already missing. This can be my point of entry. Chen Ge reached through the broken window and unlatched the lock from the inside. To be safe, he waited several minutes, listening, watching, making sure the place was empty. Then he climbed in. He shut the window behind him and carefully returned everything to its original position. No point advertising his break-in. Chen Ge didn't lower his guard as he scanned the room. He'd landed inside what looked like an art studio. The walls were covered with student artwork, and marble models lined the shelves. Looks creepy, but it's no competition for my haunted house. He walked between rows of dusty statues toward the back door. Peering through the narrow window set in the door, he spotted a hanging banner in the corridor beyond. It read, Arts Activities Center. Looks like I'm at the right place. Chen Ge eased the door open. It let out a long, metallic groan, the kind that grated straight down the spine. Probably hadn't been used in years. Calm down. Just find the shoes and get out. Now that he was inside an enclosed building, he turned his phone back on. The dim glow of the screen didn't comfort him. In fact, it somehow made the shadows deeper, the silence heavier. Room by room, Chen Ge swept through the first floor. Each one was another abandoned art studio. Some still had easels and half-finished paintings left behind, as if the students had just stepped out and never returned. This building has 4 stories. The dance studio I'm looking for is probably on one of the upper floors. Armed with his phone and the mallet, Chen Ge ascended the stairs. The moment he stepped onto the second floor, his heart began to race, and a cold sweat crept across his back. Because there, at the far end of the corridor, sat a wooden chair. This thing again? The muscles in Chen Ge's hand tensed as he gripped the mallet tighter. Chapter 55. 5 Girls. The chair sat dead center in the corridor, perfectly positioned so that if Chen Ge wanted to reach the second floor, he'd have to walk right past it. The memory of what he'd witnessed in the girls' dormitory still gnawed at him. These chairs had a disconcerting tendency. They liked to inch closer to the living. Half concealed at the staircase landing, he hesitated. It has a backrest, and it looks different from every other chair I've seen in this building. It had to have been moved here, but why would anyone do that? He crept in for a better look. Up close, the chair resembled the one he'd seen in the dormitory. Same aged wood, same institutional blandness. Most likely, it was one of the chairs originally issued by the school's administration to the dorm rooms. Chen Ge used the camera on his phone to zoom in on one of the door signs. It mentioned something about vocal training. So, the dance studio isn't on the second floor. Should I just head straight to the third? But what if there's another wooden chair waiting in that corridor? If it starts chasing me, I'll be trapped from both sides. The image flickered through his mind, absurd, yet unsettling, and with a grimace, Chen Ge stepped into the second-floor corridor. It was cloaked in shadow, so dim he couldn't see the end. All the doors on either side were shut, and the windows were sealed behind a thick, grimy film of dust, blocking any view inside. Chen Ge moved with deliberate care. He wasn't in a rush, despite the potential threat posed by the wooden chair. If anything, it was the abandoned classrooms flanking the corridor that unnerved him more. How long has it been since anyone, any living soul, stepped foot in here? The dust's so thick. I can't even cover the footprints I'm leaving behind. If whoever's following me has come inside, I'm screwed. Even in this grim silence, he hadn't forgotten about the hidden presence stalking him. I need to get this over with. Fast. The flashlight on his phone trembled with the motion of his arm as he crept closer to the chair. Honestly, there's nothing that scary about this. Right? What could a wooden chair possibly do? Chen Ge circled the chair. Up close it felt ordinary. Just a wooden chair, nothing more. Maybe I should take a closer look. The thought barely formed before he was already acting on it. He tipped the chair onto its side, and that's when he saw it. Handwriting, scrawled beneath the seat. Chen Yujiao. That definitely sounds like a girl's name. The discovery confirmed what he'd suspected all along. This chair didn't belong here. It hadn't originated in the activities center. During big school events, students were often told to bring their own chairs from the dorms. To keep track, many scribbled their names underneath. So, does that mean there's also a name under the chair back in the girls' dormitory? Chen Ge committed the name to memory. After a brief pause, he decided against smashing the chair. Instead, he dragged it into one of the empty classrooms and left it there. The longer I stay here, the worse this place feels. I need to get to the 3rd floor, fast. Retracing his steps, he headed up the stairs. The 3rd floor corridor was deserted. He tested a few classroom doors. Some gave way with a groan. Inside, the desks and chairs had been shoved to the back, and parts of the walls had been freshly repainted. It was obvious. The mismatched hues made no attempt to blend. The school's shutting down anyway, so why blow money on repainting? Who was this even for? His mind drifted to his experience at Ping and Apartments. They probably weren't painting to renovate. More likely, they were covering something up. Using his mallet, Chen Ge chipped away at the fresh paint. Strangely, the wall beneath was pristine. No bloodstains, no unsettling markings. Nothing. No. There has to be more to this. He pressed on, checking the other classrooms. Not all of them had been repainted. The ones that had seemed oddly selective, some of the paint patches were suspiciously close to the building's internal piping. They must have upgraded the drainage system before shutting the place down. Chen Ge glanced up at the overhead pipes and pieced it together. The 1st and 2nd floors clearly saw some use before the building closed. But the 3rd floor? Feels like it was abandoned long before that. The tables and chairs had been stacked haphazardly, like forgotten props from a play no one wanted to remember. Not even a single piece of chalk remained on the lectern. A few classrooms were sealed with actual locks. Ghost haunting? Murder? Hidden safety hazard? There were too many possible reasons why this floor had been shut off, and Chen Ge couldn't settle on just one. He stepped back into the hallway and made his way toward the 4th floor. At the 1st step he paused, instinctively turning to check if the wooden chair was following him. It wasn't. When he reached the landing between the 3rd and 4th floors, he found a rope strung between the 2 banisters, blocking the stairway. A wooden board dangled from it, identical in style to the one at the building's front entrance. In bold, uneven letters, it read, "No entry." Naturally, Chen Ge wasn't deterred by a wooden sign. He plucked it off the rope and set it aside, then ducked low and slipped beneath the makeshift barrier. As he stepped onto the 4th floor, the first thing he noticed was a faded room sign hanging loosely on the door directly across from the stairs. The dance studio. After scouring the entire activities center, he'd finally found the place where the red dancing shoes were most likely to appear. The layout here was different. Drastically so. Instead of standard compartmentalized classrooms, the walls had been torn down to make room for a single expansive studio. After tearing down the seals and prying open the rusted lock, Chen Ge slowly pushed open the door to the long-abandoned dance studio. The space looked like it had been sealed off and forgotten by time, everything inside frozen in place, untouched for years. A thin layer of dust coated the once slick floor, muting its shine. The air carried a strange cloying odor, like heavy deodorant that had spoiled after being trapped too long in an airtight tomb. Staying close to the wall, Chen Ge slipped inside. The studio was surprisingly professional. The wooden floor had been waxed, likely for dancers to pivot and glide, and the walls were lined with acoustic boards and sound panels, a design meant to keep the noise from leaking into nearby classrooms. This is the first time I've seen a dance studio this big. Chen Ge raised his phone and used the camera to zoom in, scanning the room from every angle. The walls were fitted with ballet bars, the adjustable kind, mounted at varying heights. Beneath them sat a row of low benches, likely for students to rest between routines. At the far end of the room stood 6 floor-length mirrors, perfectly aligned and seamlessly joined. Each was about 1 meter wide and 2 meters tall. Right. I'd almost forgotten. Mirrors are standard in studios like this. His breath caught as he took a closer look. Reflected in the center of the mirror array were 3 wooden chairs, positioned side by side. 3 at once. A chill crawled up his spine. Biting his lower lip, Chen Ge stepped forward. Each movement echoed and multiplied in the mirrors before him. Staring at his own reflection in the mirrors, alone in a cavernous dance studio at midnight, Chen Ge felt the unease settle deeper into his bones. Resisting the growing urge to smash the mirrors outright, he turned instead to the chairs. One by one, he tipped them onto their sides. Just like the one he'd found earlier, each had a name scrawled beneath the seat, each unmistakably a girl's. Including the chair from the girls' dormitory. That makes 5. 5 chairs. If each one represents a girl, then I'm dealing with 5 spirits. The real question is, what the hell happened to them? Chapter 56. She Who Cannot Be Named. Chen Ge couldn't pin down the truth. Not yet. Too many clues were still missing. He returned the 3 chairs to their original positions, then turned to scan the room. With mirrors lining one entire wall, the dance studio appeared larger and emptier than it really was. The place is spotless. Probably cleaned more than once recently. There wasn't a single scrap of trash on the floor. Not a good sign. Someone's already tampered with the scene. Just hope they didn't throw out the red dancing shoes. Peeling away from the mirrored wall, Chen Ge made his way to a far corner of the studio. The adjacent wall was plastered with certificates and awards, paper shrines to fleeting moments of excellence. Among them was what looked like a posted results list. Leaning in for a closer look, Chen Ge spotted something off. The first name on the list had been crossed out with a thick swipe of marker. A list with no winner? All the girls' names were there, Chen Yujiao included, but Chen Ge couldn't find Zhongye anywhere. His eyes drifted from the list to one of the framed photos on the wall. It caught his attention immediately. A group photo of 6 students. 5 of them beamed at the camera, arms linked in a cheerful tangle. The 6th stood apart, isolated in the far corner of the frame, her posture closed, her expression unreadable. Someone had tried to crop her out. If not for the gleam of snow-white dance shoes slipping just into the edge of the photo, Chen Ge might have mistaken it for a picture of 5 best friends instead of 6. These are all individual shots or group snapshots. So why is there no full-class photo? Chen Ge raised his phone and snapped a photo of the wall. Then, continuing along its length, he stopped in front of a door with no label. Curiosity itched at him. He turned the knob and stepped inside. The room was small, barely functional. A desk, a dresser, and a single bed were crammed into the tight space. Looks like the teacher's office. But why the bed? Were they pulling night shifts here? Chen Ge rifled through the room, hoping to uncover the red dancing shoes. The dresser was empty. The desk drawers, stuffed with neatly stacked photocopies of award certificates, were equally unhelpful. Looks like the dance students here were seriously talented. So many awards. Chen Ge picked up a few of the certificates at random. One, in particular, stood out. It bore the name of Chen Yujiao's group, Swan Lake Citywide Ballet Group Competition, Champion. So they did qualify for the statewide competition. But the certificate hadn't been displayed on the wall outside like the others. Stranger still, the group listing was supposed to include 6 names, but the last one had been blacked out. Same as the results list. Chen Ge lingered a little longer, hoping to stumble upon something more useful, but he eventually left the room empty-handed. As he pulled the door open, his heart gave a jolt. The 3 chairs in the dance studio had shifted, no longer against the mirror wall. They now sat eerily arranged just outside the door he'd exited. It's starting again. Chen Ge told himself to ignore the chairs. Just ignore them. He turned away and pushed forward, searching for any remaining clues. If nothing turned up in the next 3 minutes, he'd call it and leave the activities center. Using his phone for light, he made his way to the farthest edge of the dance studio. There, he found a door labeled Girls' Dressing Room. According to rumor, the girls' bathroom and dressing room are where the energy tends to be thickest in any school. Better tread carefully. He pushed the door open slowly. The dressing room stretched out ahead, flanked on both sides by rows of steel lockers. A long wooden bench sat dead center, as if waiting for someone to sit and stay a while. So this is what a girl's dressing room looks like. This was Chen Ge's first time stepping into a place like this. He left the door half open behind him and walked deeper into the room. Picking a locker at random, he yanked it open. Inside, a neatly folded girl's school uniform rested on the top shelf. The design was noticeably different from the plain outfits worn at public schools. This one was more refined, almost dainty. The skirt barely reaches my knees. Isn't that a bit short? He searched the uniform's pockets but came up empty. Shifting his gaze downward, he spotted a pair of white dancing shoes resting at the bottom of the locker. Wrong color. Not the ones I'm looking for. As he closed the locker, he noticed a small card pasted just above the lock, neatly printed with the girl's name. Well, that should make things easier. Using his phone as a makeshift flashlight, Chen Ge scanned the names on each locker. One by one, he checked them all, but Zhong Ya's name was nowhere to be found. What he did find was a solitary locker shoved into the far corner, separated from the others like it had been quarantined. It had no nameplate. No marking. Nothing. Someone was clearly ostracized. Forced out. Left behind. Chen Ge opened the locker. A soiled ballet dress lay folded on the top shelf, worn and discolored by time and neglect. Beyond that, the locker was empty. No name. Isolated. It's obvious who this belonged to. He reached for the dress, lifting it carefully. Beneath it, 5 small candy boxes were crammed into the back of the locker, each one expired, their contents long since gone sour. What are these? Gifts. Chen Ge set the ballet dress down on the wooden bench and picked up the candy boxes one by one. Each had been carefully hand-wrapped, and written on top of every box was a different girl's name. The handwriting matched across all of them, neat, precise, and unmistakably from the same person. She must have prepared these as presents. When Chen Ge picked up the last box, something underneath caught his eye. A photo, tucked flat against the bottom of the locker. It was the full version of the picture he'd seen mutilated on the wall outside. On the back, someone had written in looping script, "Congratulations to room 414 for winning the qualifications to enter the statewide competition." The front showed 6 girls, frozen in time. 5 of the girls were huddled together on the right side of the photo, caught mid-celebration, smiles wide, arms linked, joy unfiltered. The 6th girl stood just slightly apart, no more than half a palm's distance away, yet emotionally miles from the rest. She was tall, around 1.7 meters, and carried herself with the poise of a lead ballerina. Swan Lake incarnate, graceful, pure, gentle, and hauntingly beautiful. Even frozen in a still frame, she seemed to glow with an otherworldly elegance, effortlessly outshining the others. Could this be Zhongya? Chen Ge murmured. He stared hard at the girl in the picture, trying, and failing, to reconcile her with the cold, merciless red specter he'd encountered. Chen Ge hadn't meant to say her name, it slipped out. But the moment Zhongya passed his lips, the lockers around him began to groan and rattle, metal shuddering as if straining under a weight they could no longer bear. The sound echoed like something trying, desperately, to escape. Then came the banging. Loud. Repetitive. From the other side of the dressing room door. Someone, or something, was trying to get in. Who is it? He shoved the photo into his pocket and turned toward the half-open door, his grip tightening around the mallet in his hand. Moving cautiously, he peered through the narrow gap. The 3 wooden chairs were back, but now they weren't just moved. They'd been arranged, stacked into a barricade across the entrance. You really think I don't have the guts to smash you all into pieces? Chen Ge's voice was steady, but his back was soaked in cold sweat. Still, he meant every word. Mallet in hand, he marched toward the barricade of chairs. There was no other exit from the girls' dressing room. If he didn't carve out a way for himself now, things would spiral, fast. As he advanced, his eyes flicked outward, scanning the studio for an escape route. But then he stopped cold. His legs refused to move. The wall of mirrors, until now just reflecting the studio's emptiness, had changed. They still showed the dance studio. Same chairs. Same walls. The only difference? 3 girls now sat in the chairs. Chapter 57. She has arrived. Teetering bodies in soiled school uniforms. Pale faces. Lips moving as if trying to speak. The 3 girls' expressions were frozen in a blend of fear and horror, their bodies appearing to grow out of the wooden chairs like grotesque blossoms rooted in rot. Chen Ge's gaze flicked between the mirrors and the entrance to the girls' dressing room. A chill slithered down his spine and coiled around his heart. Not long ago, he'd knocked over one of the chairs just to get a better look. Does that count as my first intimate contact with a girl? He shuddered involuntarily and picked up his pace toward the door. As he neared the exit, the chairs scraped forward, just a hair's width, and the lockers behind him began to rattle with unsettling rhythm. Ever since he'd said Zhang Ye's name, something had shifted inside the dance studio. Like he'd uttered a curse. The name didn't belong here. It was taboo. The mirrors only reflect what's in the dance studio. Maybe there's something even worse lurking in the dressing room. I need to leave, pronto. As if the thought itself had summoned proof, the steel locker doors began to creak, loud and deliberate, like something inside was fighting to break free. Gripping the mallet tighter, Chen Ge bolted for the exit. With a burst of momentum, he used his legs to kick the chairs out of his path. But just as he was about to break free, he felt a sharp tug at his shoulders, cold, possessive. He snapped his head toward the mirror. 2 pale, slender arms clung to him from behind, draped over his shoulders like a ghost's embrace. No hesitation. Chen Ge spun and launched into the attack. Bang! The mallet slammed against the back of the chair, splintering the wood with a sharp crack. A woman's scream tore through the air, high and jagged. In the mirror's warped reflection, the girl perched on the chair was glaring at his back, her face twisted in a fiendish snarl. Her arms had wrapped tightly around his shoulders, dragging him down, like she meant to force him into the seat. What the hell is she trying to do? Is this some kind of cursed musical chairs game? Sit down and my soul's trapped forever? The pressure on his shoulders intensified as more pale arms materialized, clamping down on him, dragging him backward toward the girls' dressing room. Cold fingers hooked into his jacket, nails grazing skin. Then came the sound of shuffling from the corridor outside. Seconds later, another wooden chair scraped into view at the entrance of the dance studio. Of course. My luck always shows up at the worst possible moment. Choosing now to make me a hit with the ladies? Chen Ge had reached his limit. He stopped retreating. Hand braced against the nearest chair, he swung the mallet with the other, smashing down like a man possessed, wrecking the cursed furniture with calculated fury. When his mallet struck and cracked the first chair, Chen Ge noticed a change, subtle but unmistakable. The female student's expression shifted, morphing from pitiful pleading to venomous hatred. That reaction told him everything he needed to know. The chairs. They're their anchors. Just like how Xiao Xiao's family latched onto those ragdolls. Destroying their attachment won't kill them, but it can hurt them. Badly. The force dragging him back only grew stronger. An amateur, anyone who hadn't been through this kind of madness before, might have already surrendered. Sat down obediently. Become just another lamb for the slaughter. But they weren't facing just anyone. They were facing Chen Ge, proprietor of a haunted house. Survivor of a night locked inside a cursed apartment, with a serial killer, no less. He still felt fear, sure. But fear had long since stopped paralyzing him. It was just background noise now, Part of the job. Even in the midst of panic, his instincts stayed razor-sharp. His grip on the mallet didn't falter. Bang! The chair exploded under the weight of his swing. Chen Ge seized what remained, splintered ends and twisted wood, and spun, turning the wreckage into a makeshift weapon as he lunged for the next one. The reflection in the mirror twisted with surreal, almost indescribable imagery, but Chen Ge didn't have the time or luxury to make sense of it now. It took him roughly 10 seconds to reduce the first chair to rubble. As he pivoted, ready to unleash hell on the second, something clamped around his throat. He froze for a fraction of a second, then turned toward the mirror. A pale hand was curled around his neck in a death grip. His opponent had stopped trying to seat him. Now, it was just trying to kill him. But the escalation didn't slow Chen Ge down. If anything, it sharpened his rage. He grabbed hold of the nearest chair and began slamming it against the wall with brutal precision. One crack. Then another. With each splintered strike, the pressure around his neck loosened. By the time all 3 chairs were reduced to nothing but shards and splinters, the chokehold had vanished completely. Leaving these things behind benefits no one. Later, I'll burn all of you, help you find closure, Chen Ge muttered, leaning against the mirror to catch his breath. Dark strangle marks were already forming around his neck. That much noise. No way it didn't attract attention. Whoever's been tailing me will definitely be closing in. I need to get out of here. Fast. Besides, those red dancing shoes aren't here anyway. This place was beyond haunted. Chen Ge had no intention of lingering in the dance studio any longer. The rattling from inside the girls' dressing room was escalating, sharp and rhythmic, far too deliberate to be mistaken for a draft. And that wasn't all. The walls and floor seemed darker now, like the color had drained deeper into them. The air was thicker. The strange ping-ping sounds from the corridor had become more frequent, too steady, too precise. He turned to leave, and nearly fell flat. Something had grabbed his lower leg. Chen Ge jerked his head toward the mirror. The 3 female students were clinging to his calf, fingernails digging in, just shy of breaking skin. Seeing this, Chen Ge grew desperate. He brought the mallet down on the wooden splinters, again and again, but no matter how hard he struck, the girls refused to let go. Their grip on his leg only tightened. From the corridor, that strange, mechanical pinging was drawing closer. The girls' faces twisted into something worse than rage, manic glee, as they began to laugh. Low at first, then louder, more jagged. The kind of laughter that came from something broken on the inside. It was as if a heavy curtain had dropped over the entire studio. The light from his phone warped, bending unnaturally. That cloying stench he'd noticed earlier thickened in the air, suffocating and sour. There's something even worse than them hiding in this school? The thought alone sent a shiver down Chen Ge's spine. He'd come to this school in the dead of night because he believed Zhongye was the scariest thing here. And he was doing her a favor. She had no reason to hurt him. This is bad. Something was at the door of the dance studio. The stench in the air grew stronger, thick as mold and blood. The 3 girls on the floor glared up at him, their faces twisted in feral, sinister rage. Chen Ge pressed his back against the mirror and slipped a hand into his pocket. His fingertip brushed the doll. And just like that, the noise at the door vanished. Gone faster than it had arrived. The stench began to thin, retreating like a bad dream that knew its time was up. What just happened? It feels like whatever was outside the door got scared. The strange noises cut off all at once, leaving only the thudding of Chen Ge's heartbeat in his ears. The light from his phone twisted even more violently now, bending as if the air itself had gone wrong. And the temperature in the room dropped again. Sharp, biting. What is happening? The pressure on his calf vanished. Chen Ge looked down. The 3 girls had scurried away, hiding in the farthest corner they could find. Their eyes weren't on him, but on the space directly behind him. And in them, he saw pure, desperate terror. Behind me. Slowly, stiffly, Chen Ge turned toward the tall mirror. The reflection staring back wasn't his. It was a woman in a blood-red school uniform, looking down at him. Chapter 58. Red Dancing Shoes. Chen Ge was only half a finger from the mirror, close enough to see more than he ever wanted. The elegant school uniform clung to her body, soaked and darkened by fresh blood. Her face remained obscured behind a veil of black hair, and the pale slivers of skin that peeked through were ghostly, almost inhuman. The cold light from his phone warped, flickering like it, too, wanted to flee. A chill locked his limbs, creeping up through his muscles and bones. He summoned every ounce of control just to steady his lips enough to speak. Zhongya. As if the name called her forth, the girl slowly lifted her head. Her hair parted, revealing an unblemished face, too perfect, too still. But before the image could settle, the mirror began to mist. Her face froze in half-reveal. She took a step forward, then vanished. Where did she go? Chen Ge stared into the mirror. Then something even stranger happened. Cast by the glow of his phone, his own shadow slowly rose. It stood up. Behind him. He watched as the silhouette stretched to full height, around 1.7 meters, its shape unmistakably human. A soft drip echoed in the silence, the sound thick, wet. As it grew louder, color seeped into the shadow. A blood-soaked uniform took shape. It was all red. Chen Ge didn't move. Couldn't. The chill at his back slithered up his spine, then bit down on his brain. And then, step by deliberate step, the red shadow leaned backward until it pressed against him. Back to back. His entire body locked up. He gasped, but every breath only deepened the sensation of suffocating. The specters clinging to my back? Standing back to back was its own kind of horror, because you could never be sure who, or what, was behind you. Something icy brushed against his fingers. Chen Ge didn't dare look. His hand, stiff with cold, opened reflexively, and the phone slipped from his grasp. It hit the floor with a soft clack. The screen flickered twice, then went black. Darkness swallowed the room. The chill against his back spread wider, deeper, seeping into his bones. He could no longer imagine, didn't want to imagine, what was happening. 2 a.m., abandoned dance studio in a dead school, facing a tall mirror, back to back with a red specter. Yeah, sure. Let's call it romance. 100 disjointed thoughts flooded his mind. Something gripped his hand. The cold intensified. And then, worse, her hair began to move. It slithered forward, strands crawling like fingers, weaving into his own. What is she planning to do? My mission's to find the red dancing shoes. If I don't get them before dawn, I fail. End of story. But Chen Ge couldn't move. His body was locked, frozen solid. The only thing he could manage was to keep staring into the mirror. At first, he didn't notice anything strange. Then, like a trick of the eye, vague shadows began to stir within the glass. Seconds ticked by before he realized what he was seeing. His eyes widened as the forms sharpened into focus. Wait, aren't those the girls trapped inside the chairs? Inside the mirror, 5 girls in clean, spotless uniforms entered the dance studio. The sharp contrast between their crisp attire and what Chen Ge had seen earlier told him this wasn't happening now. These were memories, reflections, phantoms of a day long gone. The 5 girls walked toward the mirror, laughing among themselves, their voices light and carefree. Moments after they entered the studio, Zhongya appeared. She wore the same school uniform, but everything about her was different. Her posture, her presence. There was something quieter in the way she moved. More deliberate. In her hands, she carried a bag, one Chen Ge recognized from the girls' dressing room. The same bag that had held the 5 candy boxes. Zhongya seemed to be in a good mood, almost upbeat. She hurried into the dressing room, and a few minutes later, all 6 girls emerged in their ballet dresses. But the dynamic hadn't shifted. The 5 girls stayed clustered in their tight little circle, chatting and giggling, while Zhongya lingered behind them, alone. Not long after their practice began, the dance studio door creaked open. A female teacher walked in, proudly holding a Swan Lake competition certificate in one hand. She spoke animatedly with the girls, likely offering congratulations and last-minute encouragement. It clearly wasn't a normal school day. There were no other students in sight. From the looks of it, these 6 had stayed behind for intensive training ahead of a statewide competition. After about half an hour, the teacher left. The moment she was gone, the 5 girls dropped the act. Practice halted. Phones came out. They sprawled across the floor, chatting, scrolling, laughing. Only Chen Ge remained on her feet, still practicing. One of the girls suddenly pointed at Chen Ge and said something. The others burst into laughter, everyone except Chen Ge. But she didn't react, didn't flinch. If she minded, she didn't show it. She continued practicing for a little while longer, then paused to rest. After catching her breath, she turned and walked into the dressing room. When she returned, she was carrying the bag filled with candy boxes. Chen Ge offered them to the others. One girl reached out, almost took one, until another, just as tall as Chen Ge, cut in and stopped her with a sharp gesture. The tall girl pointed her finger at Chen Ge and began speaking. Rapid, aggressive, accusatory. Then she stormed off into the dressing room, only to return moments later with a school bag. She yanked it open and pulled out a stack of love letters. Chen Ge recognized the name on them. Every one was addressed to Chen Ge. The girls eventually returned to their routine, half-heartedly going through the motions. The man, meanwhile, stepped into the office. Minutes passed. Then the office door creaked open again. The man stood there, beckoning to Chen Ge with a wave. She hesitated. Her body language said it all. She didn't know him well, and she didn't trust him. Cautiously, she walked toward the doorway and stopped just outside. She didn't step in. The mirror showed nothing beyond the threshold. Whatever happened inside that office was invisible to Chen Ge. But 8 seconds later, the scene in the mirror darkened. Chen Ge came bolting out of the office, panic in her eyes. The man followed, gripping her arm, shouting curses with every step. All 5 girls in the studio saw what was happening. Every one of them. But none moved. They stayed exactly where they were, sitting in silence, refusing to meet Chen Ge's eyes. Not one of them lifted a finger. Chen Ge stumbled backward, cornered in a part of the room far from the door. She screamed for help, loud, desperate, but no one answered. No one even acknowledged it. They acted like they couldn't hear her at all. The man closed in, spewing cruel, slurred words, each one uglier than the last. Chen Ge backed up until her hands found the window ledge behind her. It was her only way out. Watching the scene unfold in the mirror, Chen Ge felt something twist in his gut. He suddenly remembered the lines that had appeared on the black phone when he'd won the love letter. Chapter 59. Together forever. The dance studio had fallen into an unnatural hush. In the mirror's reflection, the man was the first to recover. He stepped forward, positioning himself before the 5 girls like a judge preparing a sentence. His glare was cold, calculated, and dangerous. One of the girls began to cry. Without hesitation, the man yanked her off the floor, his grip bruising, his finger stabbing the air just inches from her tear-streaked face. His lips moved, fast, sharp, inaudible in the reflection, but the message was unmistakable. The girl trembled and shook her head violently. Then another girl rose, tall, poised, and eerily calm. She was the same height as Chen Ge, and something about the way she moved suggested a familiarity with a man that ran deeper than coincidence. More than friendly. She crossed the room and began speaking to the others, her voice unreadable behind the mirror's silence. She knew him. She was in on this. From the timing, from her demeanor, from the way the man had appeared mere moments after the female teacher had left. Maybe it had all been planned. With the girls coaxing and the man's looming threat, the others finally gave in. One by one, they nodded. A few more minutes passed in muffled discussion. Then the man turned and walked out, his shadow vanishing through the door. The 5 girls retreated into the dressing room, changed out of their uniforms, and left without looking back. The mirror went still, its surface smoothing into dull glass once again, but the atmosphere in the dance studio had shifted. The air felt dense, brittle. Chen Ge stood frozen, a bitter chill creeping up his spine like the weight of a frozen corpse strapped to his back. That's it. The mirror had shown everything that happened in the dance studio, but nothing beyond. No aftermath. No conclusion. Chen Ge frowned. There had to be more. Zhongye had fallen from the 4th floor. And if she hadn't landed headfirst, there was still a chance someone could have saved her. Red Spectre harbors deep resentment. Maybe the fatty had smothered Zhongye's last breath, panicked, afraid she'd live to expose him. And the water system. It was just renovated. Maybe he used that to get rid of the body. The theory crawled to the surface of Chen Ge's mind, chilling and grotesque, but he dismissed it almost as fast. Zhongye had gone missing inside the school. That meant the police must have gotten involved. And despite what crime dramas like to sell, getting rid of a corpse wasn't as easy as tossing it in a pipe and walking away. The more you try to hide something, the more obvious it becomes. Still, the silence from the mirror gnawed at him. Chen Ge needed, to know what happened next. But the reflection had frozen. Whatever power had shown him the past had stopped. Maybe I should call Inspector Li. This is a murder case. Western Zhejiang's private academy falls under their jurisdiction. He must have some kind of record. Chen Ge's plan wasn't half bad, but the moment he reached for his phone, a scream tore through the stillness behind him. Zhongye's hair erupted like a living thing, slithering over his shoulders, coiling around his neck and chest. It twisted tightly, serpentine and cold, binding him like a man being gift-wrapped by death itself. I'm not leaving, I just want to help you. Chen Ge choked out, fighting against the pressure. But the black hair didn't care. It wound tighter, constricting like a boa slowly crushing the breath from its prey. Maybe this was her idea of affection. Maybe, in Zhongye's mind, this was the only way they could truly be together. A love story, told in the language of possession. He had escaped the wolf's den, only to walk straight into the tiger's lair. And now, at last, he understood why Zhongye's love letter had felt more like a curse. This girl didn't fall for the living, and the deeper she loved, the stronger her instinct to kill. Back to back with the ghost, his limbs too weak to resist, Chen Ge resorted to the only weapon he had left, words. I'll help you call the police. I'll get the law involved. I'll make sure everyone who hurt you faces real justice. Even to his own ears, it sounded hollow. Zhongye wasn't like the family of 4 at Ping An Apartments. She didn't need him to exact revenge. She'd already started that project on her own. The ones who wronged her. They were inside the chairs now. And Chen Ge had no doubt she'd had a personal hand in that part. The girl she once was, kind, graceful, human, had rotted away into something else entirely. Now, she was a mad specter, driven by something beyond grief, beyond rage. Chen Ge didn't even want to imagine what had happened to the other 5 girls before they joined the furniture. Chen Ge had resigned himself, so this is how I die. Strangled by haunted hair in a forgotten dance studio. But just as the pressure began to blur the edges of his vision, the attack stopped. What's wrong? He gasped, seizing the moment. There are still people who haven't received their just punishment. He said it fast, hoping to redirect the fury, remind her that he was an ally, not an enemy. The black strands paused, then began to unravel, loosening their grip like Zhongye was weighing her next move. All he could do now was wait. The studio plunged back into silence, the kind that eats at your nerves. 10 seconds ticked by, an eternity balanced between life and death. Then, without warning, the door creaked open. A lanky figure leaned in, head tilted, scanning the room like he was expecting something, or someone. When he spotted Chen Ge, a cruel, excited grin lit up his face. The hand marked with a peony tattoo reached into his back pocket and drew a fruit knife, small, serrated, and very real. But in a strange twist of synchronicity, Chen Ge smiled too. His expression was calm, even welcoming, like he'd been expecting this. "You're finally here. Surprised to see me? You left too many clues." Footprints on the bricks outside. Fresh dirt and grass stuck to the first-floor window. And once inside, your tracks are everywhere. The lanky man stepped forward, voice laced with icy precision. "You were careless. And now, you're going to pay." The man in the doorway was, of course, Zhong Pang. His eyes were bloodshot, his expression twitching with manic energy. He gripped the knife tightly in his usable arm. But then, just as he stepped into the studio, something shifted. The vicious gleam in his eyes faltered. His grin collapsed into a grimace. His foot hovered in the doorway, uncertain. And then he backed away, his entire posture suddenly guarded, wary. His gaze darted around the room, filled now with something far more primal than anger, resentment laced with fear. The mirror monsters taken control of his body? Before Chen Ge could even process the thought, Zhong Pang bolted. He tore down the stairs like something had sunk its claws into him. His limbs jerked at unnatural angles, each movement grotesque and disjointed, like a marionette dragged by invisible strings. Behind Chen Ge, the black hair vanished. So did the girl. In the mirror, a crimson blur streaked past. Something fast, something hunting. The chase had begun. The icy weight on his back lifted, replaced by a rush of blood and adrenaline. Chen Ge could move again. He grabbed his phone and slung his backpack over his shoulder, then sprinted after Zhong Pang, his pace matching the terrified fugitive step for step. This bloody heart mission is officially on pause. Because if I actually win Zhong Ye's heart, my love life might kill me before anything else does. Chen Ge burst out of the activities center, his lungs burning. The surrounding forest loomed in the dark, still and watching. He fumbled for his phone and dialed Inspector Li. The call rang once. "Xiao Chen." Inspector Li's voice cut through. "Did you run into Zhong Pang?" "Western Jiujiang's private academy. Zhong Pang is here." Chen Ge panted as he sprinted toward the front gate. "And I've got something else. Something big. Fu Jun, De Yong, get the investigation team moving. Now." Inspector Li didn't even pause to hang up. Once his orders were out, his voice returned to Chen Ge, sharp and focused. "What's the other thing?" "I discovered another murder case at Western Jiujiang's private academy." Chapter 60. You found another murder case? You found yet another murder case? Inspector Li's tone on the other end of the line was puzzled, to say the least. 4 years ago, a female student named Zhong Ye jumped from a building, but her death wasn't just a suicide. Chen Ge said firmly. "Wait a minute. Let me check the files. If the victim's family requested an autopsy, we should have a record somewhere." Inspector Li didn't hang up. A click sounded as he flicked on the lights in the records room and began searching. 5 minutes passed. Wait. Why does Western Jiujiang's private academy sound so familiar? "Xiao Chen, get out of that school now. I'm already heading for the gate." "What's wrong?" "That school is just weird. I can't explain it in a few sentences, but I can give you a number. 6 people committed suicide there within 2 weeks, and every death was off." The soft rustle of paper filtered through the phone as Inspector Li flipped through the files. "That sounds about right. That number fits what I'm thinking." The school gate was now in Chen Ge's line of sight. He'd be out soon. "Fits what you're thinking? What exactly is happening over there?" "Don't worry about that. Just check whether the first suicide victim was named Zhong Ye." Chen Ge's tone was sharp with urgency. Inspector Li double-checked the records before replying. "Indeed, the name is Zhong Ye. She died from a fall. It was ruled a suicide. The mortician didn't find any other wounds on her body. The police investigated the scene on the day she was found. She fell from the 4th-floor dance studio. The window was undamaged, and the soundproof foam around it showed no signs of being cleaned. Based on that, We concluded Zhang Ye jumped on her own. No signs of outside interference. Without outside influence? Inspector Lee, did you ever consider she was forced to jump? If she didn't, she would have been raped. Chen Ge's voice tightened as he recounted what he'd seen in the mirror. We considered that as well. There are testimonies from Zhang Ye's roommates on file. All 5 girls claimed they didn't know anything. According to them, Zhang Ye jumped after their class had ended. She was alone in the studio. They described her as someone under constant stress, withdrawn, maybe even mentally unstable. To verify their statements, the police questioned the rest of the class. Everyone backed the story. Zhang Ye is not the person they described. They all banded together to frame her. Chen Ge seethed with indignation on her behalf. He hadn't expected the entire class to turn on Zhang Ye. The girl hadn't done anything wrong. What kind of person Zhang Ye was, you and I will never truly know, but the evidence doesn't lie. Inspector Lee still couldn't grasp why Chen Ge was so agitated. In any case, get out of that school. Now. We're sending a unit to come get you. They were all lying. Look closer at Zhang Ye's time of death. It had to be before class ended. They lied about the timeline, which makes those 5 girls accomplices. Chen Ge's voice had risen, almost shouting now. That's where you're wrong. Zhang Ye's time of death was recorded between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. The 5 girls left school around 5:30 p.m., their usual departure time. Inspector Lee remained detached, analyzing things from the outside, unaware of what had truly happened to Chen Ge at that school. Impossible. It is indeed possible. The mortician conducted a detailed analysis using livor mortis and rigor mortis. Zhang Ye's time of death was confirmed to be between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. Cause of death, a broken spine. She also sustained injuries to the skull, calcaneus, and hip bone, all common trauma in suicide victims who die from a fall. Chen Ge had no comeback. He froze in place. If Zhang Ye jumped before the 5 girls left, then she didn't die instantly. Her body would have been broken, immobile, as she lay there bleeding out. She had to wait for death. No help. Just pain. And heartbreak. Until her body finally gave out between 6 and 8 p.m. Your hypothetical scenario is possible, but you're forgetting one thing. If she was still breathing after the fall, why didn't the 5 girls help her? Even if they had their own reasons to walk away, someone else at the school would have found her. It was a holiday. The campus was empty except for the 6 of them. They were there to rehearse for the upcoming statewide competition. Their teacher had already left. And as for guards or anyone else being around, isn't it possible they were sent away by someone with less than noble intentions? Chen Ge's voice was calm, but the accusation hung heavy in the air. I'm not going to argue with you. At this point, it's moot whether Zhang Ye died by suicide or murder. You believe those 5 girls were responsible, that they conspired to give false testimony. But 2 weeks later, they all died. One after another. The people you think are the murderers, they're already dead. So how exactly are we supposed to reopen this case? Inspector Lee's concern had shifted, his focus now on Chen Ge's safety more than the case itself. Inspector Lee, I never said those girls were the murderers. They were just accomplices. The real killer, the one behind Zhang Ye's death, is a fat man, about 1.8 meters tall, with a slouched back. That's quite a detailed description. Mind telling me how you came to that conclusion? 4 years ago, the security system at Western Zhejiang's private academy wasn't even fully operational. All the witnesses are dead. And now you're telling me there's still a killer on the loose. How exactly do you expect me to believe that? Inspector Lee's exhaustion seeped into his voice. He'd been pulling overtime for days, ever since the Ping and Apartments case. It was already 2 a.m., and he was still at the station. Chen Ge picked up on the skepticism immediately. We can start by looking into anyone connected to Western Zhejiang's private academy from 4 years ago. We have to find this person. He was at the crime scene. Chen Ge, launching a police investigation isn't a game. Do you have any idea how hard it is to reopen a case that's been closed for 4 years? Even if you convince me, it's meaningless if you can't convince my superiors. What we need is actual proof, not suspicion, not speculation. Everything I've said is the truth. That's according to you. Inspector Lee had already begun putting the files back in their place. Tell me something. Why are you suddenly so invested in this case? You don't strike me as the kind of young man driven by a sense of justice. Why am I so insistent? Chen Ge hesitated, caught off guard by Inspector Lee's sudden question. His mind flashed back, to the eerie wooden hut where Zhang Ye had helped him, to the suffocating sense of loneliness that pressed against his spine when she stood silently behind him in the dance studio. It's nothing. Right now, I'm the only one who can help her. He glanced down at the black phone in his hand. I still don't understand what you're talking about, Inspector Lee said after a long pause. But justice is the responsibility of law enforcement. Since you've raised the suspicion, once we've wrapped the Ping and Apartments case, I'll personally help you look into this. Thank you, Uncle San Bao. Chen Ge exhaled, the tension in his shoulders easing just slightly. Catching the real murderer. I guess that's the only kind of peace Zhang Ye will ever get. As for this godforsaken place, I really don't want to come back. He ended the call and turned to take one last look at Western Jiujiang's private academy. To his shock, the red spectre Zhang Ye was standing right behind him. Only about 3 meters separated them. Fresh blood dripped down her school uniform. Her head tilted ever so slightly as she stared at Chen Ge. This time, she didn't approach. But her expression, something about it was off.